royally wicked, uncovering the most depraved monarchs in history. Hey guys, tonight we are slipping back through the soft, hazy curtain of time. You're standing on a cool marble floor, the moonlight pouring through a high archway, painting everything in shades of silver and deep shadow. You can hear the distant murmur of a city that never truly sleeps, the rumble of cartwheels on stone, a burst of faraway laughter. But here in the heart of the palace, the only sounds are the rustle of silks and the soft tap of sandals. Power lives here. And where power lives, so does fear, clinging to the air like a faint cloying perfume. It's a place where a single wrong word can be your last, where a smile can hide a dagger. This is the world of absolute monarchy, and you've just been granted a private tour of its darkest, most depraved corridors. You probably won't survive this style reality check, but the stories are worth the risk. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. It's always lovely to know who's listening out there in the quiet of the night. Go ahead and post your location and your local time in the comments. It's fascinating to see where we all are as we drift off together. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your journey begins not in the depths of depravity, but in a moment of brilliant, shimmering hope. The air in Rome is electric. You can feel it buzzing on your skin as you stand among the cheering crowds. For years, the city has been living under a cloud of smoggy paranoia, courtesy of the Emperor Tiberius. He was a gloomy, suspicious ruler who in his later years decided the best way to run an empire was to not be there at all. He retreated to a lavish villa on the stunning island of Capri, becoming the ancient world's most terrifying work-from-home manager. From his cliffside palace, he governed through letters and proxies, his mind slowly curdling with suspicion. He relied on a network of informers, the delatories, who made a living accusing senators and wealthy citizens of treason. Trials were swift, punishments were final, and a palpable sense of dread settled over the ruling class. Imagine living in a city where your disgruntled neighbor or ambitious rival could whisper a lie in the right ear and have you disappear before sunrise. That was Tiberius's Rome. But now Tiberius is dead. The news has spread like wildfire, and a collective sigh of relief has rippled through the entire Roman world. And into this vacuum of fear steps a young man barely 25 years old, with sunshine in his smile and the blood of heroes in his veins. His name is Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus, but no one calls him that. It's him to the soldiers, to the people, to everyone. He is simply Caligula. It's a strange name for an emperor, really. It's a nickname, a silly little pet name he picked up as a toddler. It means little boot. His father was the legendary General Germanicus, a man so popular, so charismatic and successful that he was the Roman equivalent of a rock star, a war hero and a beloved celebrity, all rolled into one. When Germanicus was commanding the legions on the Rhine frontier, he would often bring his young family with him. His wife Agrippina the Elder would dress their little boy Gaius in a miniature soldier's uniform, complete with a tiny pair of military sandals or caligae. The hardened, battle-scarred legionaries were utterly charmed by this little mascot toddling around their camp. They nicknamed him Caligula, and the name stuck. It was a name born of love and affection, a reminder of his heroic father and his childhood among the armies that secured the empire. This wasn't your typical bring-your-kid-to-work day. This was a masterclass in public relations, cementing the family's bond with the military. So when this young man, this little boot, rides into Rome to claim his throne, the city erupts in celebration. He is everything Tiberius was. Not young, handsome, vibrant, and the son of their fallen hero Germanicus. The Senate, relieved to be free of Tiberius's paranoia, happily confirms the will that names Caligula emperor. They see him not as a threat, but as a restoration of glory. The people see him as a savior. It's a new dawn, and for a little while, it truly is. The first few months of Caligula's reign are like a fairy tale. He seems determined to wash away the stains of the previous administration. One of his first acts is to pay a massive bonus to the Praetorian Guard, the elite soldiers who served as the emperor's bodyguards. A smart move, always keep the guys with the swords happy. This is a mainstream historical fact you can find in any account of his reign. Ensuring the loyalty of the Guard was Roman Emperoring 101. He then halts all the treason trials that had so terrified the aristocracy. He famously makes a grand public spectacle of taking the files and records kept by Tiberius's spies and burning them in the forum. As the people watch the incriminating scrolls turn to ash, you can almost hear the chains of fear breaking. Of course, the cynical whisper that he might have kept copies, but for now the gesture is what matters. It's a grand performance of transparency and forgiveness. He goes further, recalling political exiles who had been banished by Tiberius. Families are reunited, and men who thought they would die in disgrace on some lonely island find themselves welcomed back to the heart of the empire. He puts on lavish gladiatorial games and chariot races, spectacles the Roman people adore. He abolishes certain taxes and spends his own money on public works. The city is overjoyed. They have their hero's son on the throne, and he is healing the wounds of the past. They love him. They truly, deeply love him. You see statues of him being erected. You hear songs being sung in his praise. The golden age of Augustus, it seems, is back. But beneath this sunlit surface, there are deep, dark currents. To understand what's about to happen, you have to remember what Caligula saw as a child long before he was emperor. That cute toddler in the soldier's boots grew up in a house of horrors. His beloved father Germanicus died suddenly and mysteriously in Syria, many believed on the orders of a jealous Tiberius. After his father's death, Caligula watched as his family was systematically destroyed by the emperor's right-hand man, the ambitious and cruel Sejanus. His mother Agrippina was arrested and exiled to a barren island where she was starved to death. His two older brothers met similar fates, declared enemies of the state and left to perish in prison. Young Caligula survived because he was at the time too young to be considered a threat. He was eventually summoned to live with Tiberius on Capri. Imagine that. You are a teenager, and you are forced to live with the very man you believe murdered your entire family. It was a gilded cage suspended over a pit of vipers. For years he had to be the perfect houseguest, a master of deception. He had to laugh at the old man's jokes, listen to his lectures, and show no sign of the grief or hatred that must have been churning inside him. He had to be a perfect actor every single day, knowing that one slip, one flicker of resentment in his eyes would mean his own death. The Roman historian Suetonius tells us that Tiberius himself was aware of the danger he was nurturing, once remarking, "I am nursing a viper for the Roman people." This harrowing youth raises a question that sits at the core of Caligula's story. Historians still argue whether Caligula was a born monster, a product of his traumatic youth, or if a later illness truly broke his mind. Was the charming young emperor of those first few months just another act, the performance of a lifetime? Or was he genuinely a good man, irreparably broken by what he had endured and what was to come? We may never know for sure, but we do know what happened next. About 7 months into his glorious reign in October of 37 AD, the unthinkable happens. The beloved young emperor falls gravely ill. We don't know what it was, perhaps some kind of fever, or maybe a neurological condition. The sources are vague, but it is serious, life-threatening. The entire empire is plunged into a state of anxious despair. The Golden Dawn now seems threatened by a sudden dark eclipse. People gather in the streets. They flock to the temples. They offer sacrifices, some even vowing to give their own lives if the gods will only spare their precious emperor. The palace is silent and grim. The future of Rome hangs by a single fragile thread. Days turn into weeks. The city holds its breath. And then a message emerges from the palace. The emperor is recovering. He has survived. The fever has broken. A wave of euphoria washes over the city, even greater than the one that greeted his accession. The celebrations are ecstatic. Their boy emperor, their little boot, has been returned to them from the brink of death. But when Gaius Caligula Caesar finally emerges back into public life, the man who went into the sick room is not the same man who comes out. The cheerful smile is gone, replaced by a strange, unsettling intensity. The kind eyes now hold a disturbing glint. The easy charm has vanished, and in its place is an unnerving arrogance, a terrifying new belief taking root in his mind. The illness or the trauma or the latent viper within has been awakened. The people of Rome prayed for their emperor's recovery, and their prayers were answered. But they soon would learn to be very, very careful what they wished for. The hopeful story of Little Boot is over. The nightmare of Caligula is about to begin. The man who emerges is hollowed out, as if the fever burned away not just his weakness, but his humanity. You are standing in the Senate House, the air thick with the scent of old stone and nervous sweat. The senators' men from ancient and powerful families shift in their seats. They are used to wielding influence, to debating the fate of nations. But now they are an audience, and a terrified one at that. Caligula enters, and the room falls silent. There is no trace of the cheerful boy who burned the treason files. His eyes sweep across the room, and there is a chilling amusement in his gaze. He no longer sees himself as their first citizen, their princeps. In the crucible of his illness, a terrifying new conviction was forged. He is not merely a man, he is a god. At first it's subtle. He begins to refer to himself in the third person, using divine titles. He builds a connecting bridge from his palace on the Palatine Hill directly to the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, so he can, as he puts it, confer with his brother Jupiter more easily. It's a jaw-dropping act of architectural arrogance. Soon he dispenses with the metaphor altogether. He is Jupiter. He is all the gods. He orders the most sacred and revered statues from Greece, including the magnificent statue of Zeus at Olympia, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, to be brought to Rome. His plan, to have their divine heads carefully removed and replaced with immaculate marble portraits of his own. It's the ultimate blasphemous act of celestial face-swapping. You can imagine the quiet horror rippling through the city. The Romans were deeply religious, and this was beyond the pale. But who is going to argue with a living God who also happens to command 30 legions? His family members are now part of his personal pantheon. After the death of his favorite sister Drusilla, he is consumed by a grief so profound it borders on madness. He declares her a goddess diva Drusilla and makes it a capital crime for anyone to laugh, bathe, or dine with their family for the entire period of mourning. He wanders his palace at night, crying out her name, demanding to know why she, a goddess, would abandon him, a god. His divine status gives him license to treat the senators, the proud descendants of Rome's founders, like his personal playthings. You watch as he summons them to the palace at all hours just to make them wait. He forces one highly respected elderly senator to run for miles beside his chariot as a sign of respect. He invites them to lavish banquets where he might casually mention that he's just signed the death warrant for one of their colleagues, watching their faces for a flicker of fear. He might disappear into a private room with a senator's wife only to return and give a detailed public critique of her performance. He is a master of psychological torment, and the Senate becomes his laboratory. The treasury, which had been left full by the frugal Tiberius, is now hemorrhaging money to fund his whims. He builds 2 enormous, opulent pleasure barges on the tiny Lake Nemi, complete with marble floors, heating systems, and jewel-encrusted sails. They are floating palaces dedicated to indulgence and serve absolutely no purpose other than to exist as monuments to his own extravagance. His games become more and more spectacular, more and more bloody. He needs money, and he finds it in the pockets of the wealthy. Accusations of treason, the very tool of Tiberius he once pretended to abhor, are back with a vengeance. Wealthy men are targeted, their estates confiscated to fund the emperor's divine lifestyle. The burning of the files now seems like a sick joke from a lifetime ago. Ancient sources, especially the historian Suetonius, delighted in these lurid details, and historians still debate how much is truth versus slanderous exaggeration designed to make the emperor look as monstrous as possible. But even if only half of it is true, the picture is one of a reign spiraling into a terrifying abyss of cruelty and caprice. And nothing captures the sheer contemptuous absurdity of his rule better than the story of his horse. His name is Incitatus, and he is by all accounts a magnificent animal. But in Caligula's eyes he is far more than that. Incitatus becomes the symbol of his scorn for the Roman elite. You see, while Caligula torments the senators, he lavishes affection and honors upon his horse. Incitatus lives in a stable of polished marble with a manger carved from pure ivory. He is fed oats mixed with gold flakes. He wears a collar of precious jewels and a blanket of the richest Tyrian purple, a color reserved for the emperor himself. A team of servants is dedicated to his every need, ensuring he is never disturbed. If a chariot race is scheduled for the next day, soldiers are dispatched to enforce absolute silence in the entire neighborhood around the stable, so Incitatus can get a good night's sleep. Caligula begins hosting dinner parties in the horse's name. You can picture the scene: distinguished senators in their finest togas, reclining awkwardly on couches, being served a sumptuous feast in honor of a horse. Incitatus would be brought in adorned in his jewels and served a dish of gilded barley and wine from a golden goblet. The senators would have to offer toasts to the horse's health, all with the emperor watching their faces, daring them to crack a smile or show a hint of disrespect. It's a power move of such bizarre genius that it's almost performance art. But he isn't finished. The final supreme insult is yet to come. Caligula announces his intention to elevate Incitatus to the highest office in the Roman Republic. He is going to make his horse a consul. Think about that for a moment. The consulship was the pinnacle of a Roman politician's career, an office once held by giants like Cicero and Julius Caesar. By proposing his horse for the job, Caligula is sending a crystal-clear message to the Senate. Not only do I not respect you, I believe my horse is more qualified to lead than any of you. It's the ultimate political statement, a joke so profound and so terrifying that no one dares to laugh. And to be fair, seeing the way the senators tremble and capitulate to his every whim, you have to wonder if he might have had a point. His detachment from reality isn't just confined to the palace. It extends to the borders of the empire. He decides he needs a grand military victory to cement his legacy. So he raises 2 new legions and marches his armies north, supposedly to conquer Germany and then Britain. The German campaign is a farce. There are few actual enemies to fight, so Caligula, craving a glorious triumph, reportedly has his own Gallic bodyguards cross a river and hide in a forest. He then leads a charge, captures his own men, and presents them as fearsome German prisoners of war. But it's the invasion of Britain that descends into pure surrealist theatre. He marches the legions all the way to the coast of Gaul, to the shores of the English Channel. The soldiers are assembled in full battle gear, the ships are prepared. They stare across the water at the misty cliffs of the island they are about to conquer. The tension is immense. And then Caligula gives the order. He commands his soldiers to charge not onto the ships, but into the waves. And then he tells them to fill their helmets with seashells. That's it. That's the great victory. He declares that he has conquered the ocean itself, that these shells are the spoils of war taken from the sea god Neptune. He orders a lighthouse to be built to commemorate this grand achievement and marches his legions, their bags clinking with seashells, all the way back to Rome to demand a formal triumph for his victory over the sea. Back in Rome, the atmosphere is thick with dread. No one knows what the god emperor will do next. His moods are a thunderstorm on the horizon, one moment laughing, the next signing a death warrant with a flick of his wrist. He is said to have wished that the Roman people had but one neck so he could sever it with a single blow. He wanders the halls of his palace, talking to the moon, daring the sun to rise. The fear is no longer confined to the Senate. It has spread everywhere. His own guards, the men of the Praetorian Guard, are growing tired of his erratic behavior and insults. They are soldiers, not props, in his bizarre plays. They were the ones who celebrated his rise to power, who accepted his generous bonus. But now they see that the Viper Tiberius spoke of is not just coiled on the throne, but is actively poisoning the entire empire. They understand that a god who can be bled is no god at all. A conspiracy begins to form, not in the shadowy corners of the Senate House, but in the very barracks of the men sworn to protect him. Their patience has run out. The final act of Caligula's reign is about to be written not by the emperor himself, but by the cold steel of his own guards. The end, when it comes, is not a grand battle or a stately abdication. It's a messy, frantic affair in the echoing corridors of the palace. The Praetorian conspirators corner Caligula in a secluded passage. There is a brief, desperate struggle, and then silence. The living god is dead, his blood staining the mosaic floors. For a moment, chaos reigns. Senators declare the restoration of the Republic, soldiers run riot, and the fate of the world's greatest empire hangs in the balance. It's in this moment of supreme confusion that you witness one of history's most absurd transfers of power. A couple of Praetorian guardsmen wandering through the now eerily quiet palace notice a pair of feet shuffling behind a heavy curtain. They pull the tapestry aside and find a man cowering in the corner, a man they all know. It is Claudius Caligula's uncle. He is 50 years old with a pronounced limp and a nervous stammer. For his entire life, the imperial family has treated him as a fool, a harmless scholar to be ignored and occasionally mocked. Convinced the guards are there to kill him next, he falls at their feet and begs for his life. But the guards don't see a fool. They see the last adult male of the Julio-Claudian dynasty. They see an opportunity. In a moment of bizarre battlefield inspiration, they hoist the terrified, stammering Claudius onto their shoulders, march him to the Praetorian camp, and proclaim him the new emperor. It was less of a political coup and more of a game of hide and seek with the highest possible stakes. Claudius, to everyone's surprise, turns out to be a reasonably effective administrator, but his court is a snake pit of intrigue dominated by his powerful wives. His last and most dangerous wife is a name you should remember: Agrippina the Younger. She is Caligula's sister, a woman who possesses all of her family's ambition, but with a cold, calculating intelligence her brother lacked. She persuades her uncle Claudius to marry her and, more importantly, to adopt her son from a previous marriage, a boy named Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus. Under Claudius's patronage, the boy is given a new, more resonant name, Nero. Agrippina's ambition is a force of nature. She is not content being the emperor's wife. She wants to be the emperor's mother. Soon enough, the elderly Claudius dies after eating a meal, a plate of mushrooms specifically. History has strongly pointed the finger at Agrippina, suggesting she served him a dish seasoned with something a little more potent than parsley. Before anyone can organize an opposition, Agrippina, with the help of the Praetorian prefect Burrus, presents her handsome 16-year-old son Nero to the guards, who proclaim him emperor. Her life's work is complete. Her son is on the throne, and she will be the true power behind it. For the first 5 years, the arrangement works surprisingly well. This period, known as the Quinquennium Neronis, is remembered by historians as an age of good government. This is largely because Nero himself has little interest in the day-to-day business of running an empire. He leaves that to his two brilliant advisors, the Stoic philosopher Seneca and the practical soldier Burrus. They guide the state with a steady hand, while Agrippina keeps a watchful eye on her son. But as you watch the young emperor, you see that while his advisors are focused on matters of state, Nero's heart is somewhere else entirely. He doesn't want to review tax policy or meet with foreign dignitaries. He wants to write poetry. He wants to sing, to play the lyre, to race chariots. In his soul, Nero is not an emperor, he is an artist. This is a source of ever-increasing friction with his mother. Agrippina didn't orchestrate murder and intrigue just to see her son become a glorified stage performer. She wants him to be a strong, respectable Roman ruler. But Nero is starting to resent her constant suffocating control. He begins to push back, and the more he pushes, the more she interferes. The power struggle between mother and son escalates until Nero, now a young man in his early 20s, comes to a chilling conclusion: for him to be truly free, truly the emperor, his mother must die. The problem is, you can't just execute the mother of the emperor. It would be a catastrophic scandal. The murder has to look like an accident. And so begins a series of attempts so elaborate and so consistently bungled, they would be comical if they weren't so horrific. He first tries poison, but Agrippina, having grown up in the imperial court, has been taking small doses of every known poison for years to build up her immunity. She neutralizes the toxin without even realizing she was a target. Nero, frustrated, consults his advisors. Someone comes up with a new plan. They rig the ceiling in her bedroom with a complex mechanism designed to collapse and crush her while she sleeps. But the conspirators, a clumsy word gets out, and the machine is never put to the test. The third attempt is the most infamous of all. Nero commissions a special boat, a masterpiece of malicious engineering. It's designed to collapse in on itself when it reaches the open sea. He invites his mother to a pleasant holiday retreat on the Bay of Naples, treats her with uncharacteristic warmth and affection, and then, after a lovely dinner, sees her off on the new, specially designed vessel for her journey home. Everything goes according to plan. The crew, who are in on the plot, activate the mechanism. The lead-weighted canopy crashes down, the hull splits apart, and the ship begins to sink. But they have made a critical miscalculation. Agrippina is a strong and resourceful woman. While her attendants are crushed or drown in the ensuing panic, she quietly slips over the side and, despite a shoulder injury, swims calmly through the dark water until she is picked up by a passing fishing boat. When news reaches Nero that his mother has survived the shipwreck, he is thrown into a blind panic. He knows that she now knows. The pretense of accidents is over. There is no turning back. In a fit of paranoid terror, he abandons all subtlety. He declares his mother a traitor who sent an assassin to kill him and dispatches a group of soldiers to her seaside villa with simple, direct orders. When the assassins arrive, Agrippina knows her time is up. Facing them down without fear, she is said to have bared her abdomen and commanded them, "Strike here," a final defiant reference to the womb that had borne her monstrous son. With his mother gone, a palpable change comes over Nero. The last restraint is gone. He is now free to be the emperor and the artist he always dreamed of being. You now see him indulge his passions not in private, but on the public stage. He organizes his own festival, the Neronia, where he competes in poetry and music contests. He always wins naturally. Imagine being a judge, your pen hovering over the scorecard as the emperor of the known world finishes a screeching lyre solo. It's not a difficult decision to make. He begins appearing in public on actual stages, performing for the masses. He acts in tragedies, often playing the parts of doomed heroes or even goddesses. He sings his own epic poems which can go on for hours. For the Roman elite, this is the ultimate humiliation. Their emperor, the divine Augustus's heir, is behaving like a common traveling performer. A nobleman's dignity, his gravitas, was everything, and Nero was gleefully setting his on fire for a round of applause. Historians still argue whether Nero's obsession with the arts was a genuine, if misguided, passion, or simply another facet of his egomaniacal desire for applause and adoration at any cost. You are in a theatre in Naples, the seats filled with a nervous crowd. On stage, bathed in the glow of oil lamps, is the Emperor of Rome. He is performing, and you must clap, you must cheer, because he is both the artist and the critic, and his reviews can be deadly. The tyrant has found his true calling not as a ruler, but as the star of his own terrifying show. And as he takes a bow to the sound of forced adoration, you get the sense that his grandest, most destructive performance is still waiting in the wings. You are still in the theatre, the forced applause for the Emperor Nero echoing in your ears. His reign, as you might expect, does not end well. After his excesses, including the Great Fire that guts the city of Rome and his subsequent persecution of the Christians, the patience of the empire finally snaps. The legions revolt. The Senate declares him an enemy of the people, and he is forced to take his own life, supposedly uttering the famous last words, "What an artist dies in me." His death leaves a power vacuum, plunging Rome into a bloody civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors. The Julio-Claudian dynasty, the family of Augustus, Caligula, and Nero, is extinguished in fire and blood. Let's allow the dust to settle. We can let the decades drift by like clouds, watching dynasties rise and fall. A century and a half slips away. The world has changed. The empire is larger, more diverse, and its rulers now often come from the provinces, not from the ancient families of Italy. And it's here in the sun-baked province of Syria that our story picks up again. You are in the city of Emesa, a place humming with a different kind of energy, a different kind of faith. Your attention is drawn to the great temple at the heart of the city, and to the boy who serves as its high priest. His name is Varius Avitus Bassianus, but history will know him by the name of the god he serves, Elagabalus. He is just a teenager, but he is the hereditary high priest of the sun god Elagabal, a powerful local deity worshipped in the form of a conical black meteorite. His life is a whirlwind of incense chanting, lavish silk robes, and ecstatic dances in honor of his sacred stone. He knows little of Roman politics, but he has a grandmother who knows everything. Her name is Julia Maesa, and she is a political genius, the sister of the late Empress Julia Domna. Through a breathtaking series of maneuvers, lies, and bribes, she convinces the local legions that her handsome grandson is the illegitimate son of the recently assassinated and much-loved Emperor Caracalla. The soldiers, loyal to the old dynasty, revolt and proclaim the 14-year-old high priest the new emperor of Rome. The news is a shock to the capital, but they prepare to welcome their new ruler. And their first taste of what is to come is, of all things, a painting. Before he even arrives, Elagabalus sends a full-length portrait of himself to be hung in the Senate House right above the altar of the goddess Victory. The senators gather to view it, and a ripple of disbelief and horror passes through the chamber. The portrait does not show a Roman emperor in a toga or military armor. It shows a young man in the opulent, effeminate silk and gold robes of a Syrian priest. His eyes heavily lined with kohl, his cheeks rouged. He is depicted dancing, offering a sacrifice to his strange conical god. This is not a Roman imperator. This is something else entirely, something foreign and, to their minds, deeply decadent. When he finally makes his grand entry into Rome, he does not come alone. He brings his god with him. The black stone of Emesa is placed in a magnificent chariot drawn by 6 white horses, and the emperor himself walks backwards in front of it, holding the reins, his eyes never leaving the stone. His priorities are immediately, shockingly clear. He has not come to Rome to rule as a Roman, but to transform Rome into a grand temple for Elagabal. His one all-consuming obsession is to replace the ancient king of the gods, Jupiter Optimus Maximus, with his own Syrian sun god. He begins construction on a massive new temple on the Palatine Hill, the most sacred ground in Rome, calling it the Elagabalium. This is to be the new center of the Roman universe. He then declares that his god needs a wife. He first tries to marry Elagabal to Pallas Athena, having her ancient and revered statue brought to his new temple. But he decides they are not a good match. A warrior goddess is no wife for a god of peace. So he arranges for the sacred effigy of a goddess from Carthage to be shipped to Rome. But his most blasphemous act is aimed at the very heart of Roman piety. He decides his god should marry Vesta, the virgin goddess of the hearth, whose eternal flame symbolized the endurance of Rome itself. Her priestesses, the Vestal virgins, were sworn to 30 years of absolute chastity, and breaking this vow was a crime punishable by being buried alive. Elagabalus not only proposes this divine marriage, he takes one of the Vestals, Aquilia Severa, as one of his own wives, declaring that the marriage of a high priest and a high priestess would produce godlike children. You can almost feel the citywide shudder of sacrilegious horror. His public appearances are a constant source of scandal. Each morning you can see him performing his priestly duties, dancing around the altars of the Elagabalium to the sound of cymbals and drums. And he is not alone. He forces the most powerful and distinguished senators and officials to attend and participate in these rituals, a bizarre and humiliating spectacle for men raised on the solemn, dignified traditions of Roman state religion. He is placing his personal faith, his foreign cult, above all the traditions that have made Rome great. His personal life is just as scandalous as his religious revolution. The parties he throws in the imperial palace become the stuff of legend. You might be invited to a banquet where every course of the meal is the exact same color, or where you are presented with a plate of exquisite-looking food that turns out to be carved from stone or glass. He was a prankster, reportedly inventing the ancient equivalent of the whoopee cushion, seating his more pompous guests on air-filled pillows that would slowly and noisily deflate over the course of the meal. The most famous story about his banquets, a tale that perfectly captures his style of beautiful, dangerous decadence, involves a reversible ceiling. During one party, he released such a cascade of sweet-smelling rose petals down upon his dining guests that a few of them, drunk on wine and overwhelmed by the fragrance, were unable to struggle free and suffocated under a soft pink blanket of flowers. It is crucial to remember that our view of him is colored by the ancient historians who wrote about him, men like Cassius Dio, who were utterly scandalized by his reign. Historians relying on these hostile accounts still struggle to separate the factual eccentricities of Elagabalus's reign from the politically motivated slander used to justify his overthrow. They were offended by his religion, his extravagance, and his complete disregard for sexual and gender norms. He married and divorced 5 women in 4 years, but his most stable relationships were with men. The sources claim he offered vast sums of money to any physician who could perform gender reassignment surgery, a concept so alien to the Roman mindset it was seen as the ultimate proof of his madness. In the end, he was simply too much, too soon. His fanaticism alienated the army, his extravagance emptied the treasury, and his personal behavior disgusted the traditional elite. And crucially, he alienated the one person who gave him the throne, his grandmother, Julia Maesa. Seeing that her religious zealot of a grandson was going to bring the whole dynasty crashing down, she shifts her support to his quiet, studious, and thoroughly Romanized young cousin, Severus Alexander. She presents Alexander to the troops, who are immediately impressed by his moderation. Elagabalus, in a jealous rage, orders his cousin's arrest and execution, but the Praetorian Guard, whose loyalty had long since worn thin, refuses the order. They turn on him instead. The teenage emperor who tried to replace Jupiter is cornered, and his short, chaotic 4-year reign comes to a swift and brutal end. He had tried to force the sun to rise in the west, but Rome was a city of deep roots and long shadows, and it would not be so easily remade. Section 5. You watch as the body of the boy emperor Elagabalus is dragged through the streets of Rome and tossed into the Tiber River. His black stone is quietly shipped back to Syria. The city for a moment breathes a sigh of relief. But the stability is an illusion. You can feel the foundations of this ancient empire starting to crack. For the next few centuries, Rome will be racked by crisis after crisis, a slow, majestic decline into ruin. So let's not stay to watch it crumble. Let's close this chapter of history for now, and let our focus drift like a lone cloud on a steady wind eastward. You journey across continents, leaving the familiar world of marble forums and Latin whispers far behind. You cross vast plains, high mountain passes, and sprawling deserts. This is the fabled Silk Road, a network of trade and ideas connecting 2 different hearts of the civilized world. Finally, you arrive at your destination, Chang'an, the capital of Tang Dynasty China. And you find yourself not in a world of decline, but in a civilization at its absolute zenith. The city is a masterpiece of urban planning, a bustling cosmopolitan metropolis of over 1 million people. You see silk banners snapping in the breeze from the roofs of elegant pagodas. The air is scented with exotic spices from faraway lands, the comforting aroma of tea, and the ink from the brushes of poets and calligraphers. This is a world of breathtaking art, groundbreaking technology, and a deeply ordered society. But the passions that drive people's ambition Love, jealousy, and a hunger for power are just as potent here as they were in Rome. And it is here that we meet a young girl named Wu Zhao. She is just 14 years old, the daughter of a minor aristocratic family chosen for her striking beauty and sharp intellect to enter the vast, intricate world of the emperor's palace. You see her walk through the gates of the Forbidden City, becoming one of thousands of concubines serving the great Emperor Taizong. It is a gilded cage of unimaginable luxury, but also of brutal competition. For a low-ranking concubine like her, the chances of ever catching the emperor's eye, let alone wielding any influence, are almost zero. She is a single beautiful drop in a vast, lonely ocean. But this young woman possesses a spirit of forged iron. One day, you are in the imperial stables. Emperor Taizong is complaining about a magnificent but ferocious stallion that none of his grooms can tame. He asks his courtiers for a solution. From the crowd of silent, demure women, the young Wu Zhao steps forward. She says she can tame the horse, but she requires 3 things: an iron whip, an iron mace, and a dagger. She explains her method with chilling clarity. First, she will flog it with the iron whip. If it does not submit, she will beat its head with the iron mace. And if it still refuses to be broken, she will use the dagger to cut its throat. A stunned silence falls over the court. The emperor is impressed by her audacity, but also deeply unsettled by her ruthlessness. He never promotes her, and she languishes in her lowly position for the rest of his reign. Though she fails to capture the attention of the aging emperor, she does catch the eye of his son, the gentle, thoughtful, and somewhat weak-willed Crown Prince Li Ji. A secret and deeply forbidden romance blossoms between the young prince and his father's concubine, but their affair seems doomed. When Emperor Taizong eventually dies, ancient custom dictates that all of his childless concubines must have their heads shaved and be sent to a Buddhist monastery to live out the rest of their days in quiet prayer, ensuring they can cause no trouble for the new imperial family. Wu Zhao's ambitions, her very future, seem to have evaporated overnight. You follow her to the Ganye temple. You see her in the simple robes of a nun, her head shaved, her days filled with chanting and quiet contemplation. To any outside observer, her story is over. But Wu Zhao is not praying for enlightenment. She is plotting her return. She maintains a secret correspondence with the new Emperor Gaozong, her former lover, writing him beautiful, passionate poetry, reminding him of what he has lost. Meanwhile, back in this palace, a fierce rivalry is raging between the new emperor's primary wife, the elegant but childless Empress Wang, and his current favorite, the lovely consort Xiao. Empress Wang, desperate to break consort Xiao's hold on her husband, sees the emperor still pines for the woman in the monastery. She makes a fateful, catastrophic mistake. She decides to bring Wu Zhao back to the palace, believing she can use this clever woman as an ally to distract the emperor and drive out consort Xiao. It is an act of political self-sabotage, akin to bringing a hungry tigress into your home to chase out a mischievous fox. Wu Zhao's return to the palace is triumphant. Her beauty has matured, her intellect has sharpened, and she effortlessly recaptures the emperor's heart. Within a short time, she has completely eclipsed both Empress Wang and consort Xiao. She is the emperor's sole focus, and she soon bears him a son, securing her position. But she is not content to be a favorite. She wants to be the empress, and to do that, Empress Wang must be removed. What happens next is the act that will forever define Wu Zetian's reputation. She gives birth to a baby girl. One afternoon, Empress Wang, trying to make peace, pays a visit to the nursery to see the infant. Soon after the empress leaves, a cry of horror goes up from the nursery. The baby princess is dead, found lifeless in her crib, with signs of suffocation. When the distraught Emperor Gaozong arrives, Wu Zhao puts on a devastating performance of grief and rage and accuses the last person to see the child alone, Empress Wang, of murdering the baby out of jealousy. The emperor, overwhelmed and heartbroken, believes her. The story written by her enemies is that Wu Zetian smothered her own child to frame her rival. It is an act of such cold-blooded ambition, it is almost unthinkable. This accusation has been the cornerstone of her villainous image for over a millennium. For centuries, Confucian historians, deeply offended by the idea of a woman ruling, portrayed Wu Zetian as an almost demonic figure, a monster who usurped the natural order. Modern historians, however, are re-evaluating her reign, trying to disentangle the misogynistic slander from the political reality of a woman holding power in a deeply patriarchal society. We may never know the truth of what happened in that nursery, but we know the result. Empress Wang is stripped of her title. She and consort Xiao are imprisoned in a remote courtyard. Wu Zhao is elevated to the rank of Empress Consort. She is now the most powerful woman in China, and she has not forgotten the two women who once stood in her way. On her orders, her former rivals are subjected to a horrific punishment before being put to death. Her victory is absolute. Her husband, Emperor Gaozong, begins to suffer from a series of debilitating strokes that leave him partially blind and unable to manage the day-to-day affairs of the empire. Empress Wu steps into the void. She proves to be a political prodigy. Ruling from behind a silk screen placed next to her husband's throne, she governs the empire with stunning efficiency. Her judgment is sharp, her policies are effective, and she has an uncanny eye for promoting talented men, regardless of their social standing. The court begins to refer to them as the two sages. But everyone knows who holds the real power. But with this power comes a deep, corrosive paranoia. She sees enemies everywhere, especially among the old, powerful, aristocratic clans who despise her for her relatively humble origins and resent her influence. To protect herself, she creates one of the most feared institutions of her time, a secret police force. She encourages citizens to inform on one another, placing bronze boxes in the capital for anonymous accusations. A reign of terror begins for the court officials. Purges, demotions, forced suicides, and executions become commonplace as Empress Wu systematically eliminates anyone she perceives as a threat. The path to the Dragon Throne is being cleared one body at a time. She is no longer the girl in the palace, the nun in the temple, or even the emperor's wife. She is the master of China in all but name, and her ultimate ambition to rule not from behind the screen but from the throne itself is now tantalizingly within reach. You are standing in the silent, perfumed court of Empress Wu. You can feel the web of her paranoia, the invisible threads of her secret police reaching into every corner of the capital. Her fear is the fear of the usurper, the terror of being seen as illegitimate. It is a powerful, corrosive force, and it is not unique to her. Let us now pull back from the intricate world of Tang China and travel again, leaving the 7th century far behind us, journeying back through time. We are heading west again, back toward the orbit of Rome, but to a time long before its slow decline. We are returning to the 1st century BC. The landscape that greets you is stark and beautiful. You are in the kingdom of Judea. The air is dry and smells of dust olives and the sharp scent of hyssop growing on the hillsides. This is a land of fierce, unbending faith and simmering resentment. It is a kingdom caught between its own ancient traditions and the crushing power of the new superpower to the west, Rome. And on the throne of this volatile land sits a man who perfectly embodies its contradictions. His name is Herod. He is a man of boundless energy, breathtaking vision, and a paranoia so deep and so dark it will poison everything he loves. To understand Herod, you must first understand that he is an outsider. He is not a member of the Hasmonean dynasty, the priestly royal family that had long ruled Judea. He is of Idumean Arab heritage, and his power does not come from lineage or popular acclaim. It comes from Rome. He is a client king, a friend and ally of Mark Antony, and later of the Emperor Augustus. He is a brilliant political survivor, navigating the treacherous currents of Roman civil war with cunning and skill. But he knows that many of his Jewish subjects view him as a half-foreign puppet, a usurper sitting on a throne that is not rightfully his. This insecurity is the ghost that will haunt his entire reign, the seed from which all his cruelty will grow. You can see this insecurity in the sheer desperate scale of his ambition as a builder. If he cannot be loved for his bloodline, he will be revered for his works. He becomes one of the greatest builders of the ancient world, transforming his kingdom into a showcase of architectural marvels. You travel to Jerusalem and you are struck breathless by his grandest project, the renovation and expansion of the Second Temple. It is one of the wonders of its age. He constructs enormous retaining walls, creating a massive flat platform on which the temple stands, the same platform that supports the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque today. The temple itself is described as being built of gleaming white marble, with parts of it plated in pure gold, shining so brightly in the sun that you cannot look directly at it. It is a gesture of incredible piety, a gift to his people and their God, but it is also a monument to himself, Herod the Great. Then you journey out into the barren wilderness to the shore of the Dead Sea. You look up, and on a high, isolated rock plateau, you see the fortress of Masada. This is a palace built in the sky, a refuge for a king who always expected to be on the run. It is a masterpiece of defensive engineering, with storerooms capable of holding years' worth of food and vast cisterns to capture the rare desert rains. But it is also a place of luxury, with elegant living quarters, a Roman-style bathhouse, and beautiful mosaics. Masada is the physical manifestation of Herod's mind, a place of opulence and grandeur built upon a foundation of absolute terror. He builds fortresses and palaces across the land, but his most impressive feat of engineering is the coastal city of Caesarea Maritima. He builds an entire magnificent port city from scratch, naming it in honor of his patron, Caesar Augustus. Using advanced Roman techniques with hydraulic concrete that could set underwater, he constructs a massive artificial harbor, the largest on the eastern Mediterranean. He fills the city with a theater, a hippodrome, and pagan temples. It is a thoroughly Roman city, a symbol of his alliance with the empire, and a constant nagging reminder to his Jewish subjects of where his true loyalties lie. His public works are magnificent, but as you step inside his own palace, you find that the mind that could raise temples could also tear a family to pieces. The heart of the darkness in Herod's court is his relationship with his wife, Mariamne. She is a Hasmonean princess, a direct descendant of the royal line he had displaced. She is his link to legitimacy, and by all accounts, he is obsessively, passionately in love with her. But his love is twisted by his paranoia. He sees her not just as his wife, but as a rival. He is tormented by the thought that she, with her royal blood, is more popular than he is, that she might be plotting against him. The palace corridors are thick with the poison of intrigue, much of it spread by Herod's own sister Salome, who despises the proud Hasmonean princess. Whispers and lies drip into the king's ear, preying on his deepest fears. In a fit of jealous rage fueled by fabricated evidence of her infidelity and treason, Herod orders the execution of the woman he adores. After she is killed, he is consumed by a grief so profound it nearly drives him insane. He calls out her name in the palace, has his servants speak to him as if she was still alive. and descends into a long and agonizing depression. But his grief does not make him softer. It makes him harder, more suspicious, more certain that everyone is out to destroy him. This paranoia soon turns on his own children. He is particularly suspicious of Alexander and Aristobulus, his two handsome sons, by the murdered Mariamne. They are Hasmonean princes in their own right, educated in Rome and popular with the people. Herod sees in them the ghost of his wife and the threat of a legitimate dynasty replacing him. After years of tortured indecision of public accusations and reconciliations, he has them both tried for treason and strangled to death. His paranoia even consumes his eldest son, Antipater, who after plotting against his father is executed just 5 days before Herod himself dies. The cruelty of his family life was so notorious that it reached Rome, prompting Emperor Augustus to make a grim joke. He quipped, "It is better to be Herod's pig than his son." It was a clever play on words, as Herod, to maintain favor with his Jewish subjects, abstained from pork. His pigs were safe, his sons were not. And this brings us to the single act for which Herod is most infamous, an event that has echoed through 2 millennia of Western culture. You're in the small village of Bethlehem. Wise men from the east have arrived in Jerusalem, asking where the new King of the Jews has been born. For the aging, disease-ridden Herod, this news is not a promise of salvation, but the ultimate threat. A new king, a rival. In a final spasm of paranoid terror, he allegedly gives a monstrous order. Every male infant under the age of 2 in Bethlehem and the surrounding area is to be killed. This story, the slaughter of the innocents, is Herod's most enduring legacy of wickedness. But it is also a subject of intense scholarly debate. While the slaughter of the innocents is a cornerstone of the Nativity story, it is only recorded in the Gospel of Matthew. Secular historians like Josephus, who chronicled Herod's other atrocities in lurid detail, make no mention of it. This has led historians to debate whether it was a literal event or a symbolic story crafted to emphasize the supreme threat that this newborn king posed to the old corrupt order. Whether it happened or not, the fact that it was so readily believed tells you everything you need to know about King Herod's reputation. His end is agonizing. He dies slowly from a gruesome and painful disease that rots his body. But even on his deathbed, his cruelty does not abate. Josephus tells us that Herod, knowing no one would mourn his passing, gathered the most distinguished men of Judea and had them locked in the hippodrome at Jericho. He gave his sister Salome a final order. The moment he died, the soldiers were to kill all the prisoners, ensuring that his funeral day would be one of widespread lamentation throughout the kingdom, even if the tears were not for him. He was Herod the Great, a man who built for eternity, but who lived and died in a prison of his own, making a gilded cage of terror from which there was no escape. You are standing in the dusty, sun-drenched courtyard of Herod's palace in Jericho. You can almost hear the ghostly whispers of his murdered family and feel the cold grip of his fear. Herod was a monster, but he was a monster who built things, a tyrant obsessed with his own legacy. His wickedness was born of a grand theatrical paranoia. Now we leave his world of epic cruelty and journey forward more than 1,000 years to a place where the wickedness is of a different sort, not grand, but grasping, not theatrical, but petty. Let the centuries dissolve. You travel north and west to the damp green Isle of England in the late 12th century. The world here is one of grim stone castles, vast royal forests and muddy roads churned by the hooves of knights' horses. This is the age of the Plantagenet kings, a family known for their ferocious tempers, boundless ambition, and the vast Angevin Empire that stretched from the Scottish border down to the Pyrenees Mountains in France. At the head of this family was the formidable King Henry II, and beside him, his equally formidable wife, Eleanor of Aquitaine. They had 4 sons, and like a pride of lions, these sons were born to fight often with each other. Our story focuses on the youngest, the runt of the litter. His name is John. From the moment of his birth, he is a disappointment. By the time he arrived, his father, Henry, had already promised all his vast lands and titles to his 3 older brothers. There was nothing left for little John. This earned him his first humiliating nickname, John Lackland. You can imagine him growing up in the shadow of his siblings, especially his heroic, charismatic, and impossibly handsome older brother Richard, the one history would remember as the Lionheart. John is clever, he is cunning, but his character is curdled by a deep and abiding resentment, a chip on his shoulder the size of a kingdom he doesn't have. When his father dies, Richard becomes King of England. But Richard is a crusader, a warrior king who has little interest in the day-to-day business of ruling England. He sees it mainly as a piggy bank to fund his holy wars. He spends a few months in his kingdom, raises a massive amount of money, and then sails off for the Holy Land on the Third Crusade, leaving his little brother John to watch over the realm. This is a terrible mistake. The moment Richard's back is turned, John's ambition and treachery bubble to the surface. He begins to plot with Richard's greatest enemy, King Philip of France, scheming to take the throne for himself. He spreads rumors that Richard is dead, trying to get the barons to swear allegiance to him. Then comes the news that Richard, on his journey home from the crusade, has been captured and is being held for a massive ransom by the Holy Roman Emperor. For any loyal brother, this would be a call to action. For John, it's an opportunity. He actively conspires to keep his brother in prison, even offering the emperor money to hold him for longer. This is the historical kernel of truth in the Robin Hood legends, the wicked Prince John oppressing the country while the good King Richard is away. It wasn't quite so simple as the stories make out, but John's disloyalty was very real. Eventually, the ransom is paid by his mother Eleanor, and Richard returns to England. In a surprising act of mercy, he forgives his younger brother, supposedly saying he is only a child who has had evil counselors. A few years later, Richard is killed by a stray crossbow bolt while besieging a castle in France, and John Lackland finally has what he has always craved. He is King of England. And it is now that his greed, incompetence, and spectacular talent for making bad situations worse comes into full view. His first test is to defend his family's vast territories in France from the ever-circling King Philip. He fails utterly and completely. He is lazy, indecisive, and a dreadful military commander. His barons complain that he prefers to lie in bed with his queen until noon rather than attend to the business of war. In 1204, he loses the Duchy of Normandy, the ancestral homeland of the English kings since William the Conqueror. The loss is a military and political catastrophe. His prestige is shattered, and his angry barons give him a new, much less flattering nickname than the Lionheart. They call him John Soft Sword. Having lost a war with France, John decides to start a war with God, or at least with God's representative on earth, the formidable Pope Innocent III. The dispute begins over who should be the next Archbishop of Canterbury. John has his candidate, the Pope has his. Neither will back down. The Pope, holding the ultimate spiritual weapon, places the entire Kingdom of England under an interdict. You have to understand what this meant for the people of the time. It was a spiritual lockdown. All church services were suspended. The church bells fell silent. Marriages could not be sanctified. The dying could not receive their last rites, and the dead could not be buried in consecrated ground. For the deeply pious people of medieval England, it was a terrifying prospect that their very souls were in jeopardy because of their king's stubbornness. John, in response, is excommunicated and seizes all the church's land and money. This standoff lasts for 6 years until John, facing the threat of a French invasion blessed by the Pope, is forced into a humiliating surrender. He not only has to accept the Pope's choice for Archbishop, but must also declare England a papal fiefdom, formally making himself a vassal of the Pope. He has lost to the King of France, and now he has lost to the Pope. All of these failures, the wars, the fines to the Pope, cost a staggering amount of money. And John's methods of raising it are relentlessly cruel and extortionate. He squeezes his barons for every penny they have. He raises the feudal tax known as scutage to unprecedented levels. He sells off justice to the highest bidder. He forces noble widows to pay huge fines or marry men of his choosing. A famous story, likely an exaggeration, but one that captures his reputation perfectly, tells of a Jewish moneylender in Bristol who refused to pay a massive tax. John ordered that one of the man's teeth be pulled out each day until he paid. After 7 teeth, the man gave in. For centuries, John was seen as an unambiguous monster, the panto villain of English history. However, some revisionist historians argue that he was simply an unlucky king, inheriting a difficult situation and ruling at a time when royal power was being challenged across Europe. They debate whether he was truly more tyrannical than his father or brother, or just significantly less successful at it. But for the barons of England, the debate was over. They had been mismanaged, humiliated, and taxed into a state of open rebellion. In 1215, they finally snap. A powerful coalition of barons renounces their oaths of fealty to the king and marches on London. John, finding himself deserted and without an army, has no choice but to negotiate. You are now on a water meadow beside the River Thames, a place called Runnymede. You see the king, sullen and resentful, surrounded by his heavily armed and deeply angry nobles. They present him with a document, a list of their demands. It is not a proposal, it is an ultimatum. With no other option, John affixes his royal seal to the parchment. This is the Magna Carta, the Great Charter. It was not at the time a revolutionary document about the rights of the common man. It was a deeply practical list of grievances, essentially a contract forcing the king to stop his abuses and to agree that even he was subject to the law of the land. John had been brought to heel, or so it seemed. John, being John, had absolutely no intention of honoring the agreement. The moment the barons dispersed, he appealed to his new master, the Pope, who declared the charter null and void. The country immediately plunged into a brutal civil war. The barons even offered the English crown to the Prince of France. John races around the country fighting for his throne, his famous temper erupting in acts of vindictive cruelty. But his end is not glorious. While campaigning in the east of England, he takes a shortcut across a tidal estuary called the Wash. He makes it across, but his baggage train following behind is caught by the incoming tide. Wagons, supplies, soldiers, and all the royal treasure, including the crown jewels, are swallowed by the sea. Devastated by this loss and already suffering from illness, John stumbles into Newark Castle. He has a fever, and it is made worse by a gluttonous meal of peaches and new cider. He is dying of dysentery. The king, who had been Lackland and Softsword, dies in a borrowed bed, his kingdom in chaos, his treasure at the bottom of the sea, hated by nearly everyone. He was a truly terrible king, and in his spectacular failure, he accidentally gave his people their greatest gift, the foundational idea that no ruler, no matter how powerful, is above the law. You are standing on the muddy bank of the Wash, watching the last of King John's treasure disappear beneath the churning grey waves. It is a fitting end for a king whose reign was defined by loss of prestige, loss of territory, loss of loyalty. His wickedness was rooted in the very soil of his character, his greed, his laziness, his spite. Now, Let us cross the channel to France and move forward in time about a century and a half. Here we will find a kingdom plunged into a darkness that springs not from a flaw in character, but from a fatal crack in the king's own mind. You arrive in the late 14th century. France is a kingdom weary of war. The great conflict with England, which historians will later call the 100 Years' War, has been grinding on for decades. The people are desperate for a strong leader, a king who can bring them peace and stability. And for a time, it seems they have found one in the young Charles VI. He comes to the throne as a boy, and when he finally takes power from the grip of his greedy, unpopular uncles, a wave of optimism sweeps the country. He is handsome, chivalrous, athletic, and seems genuinely dedicated to the well-being of his subjects. He surrounds himself with his father's wise old counselors and begins to reform the kingdom's finances. The people adore him. They give him the hopeful, loving nickname Charles le Bien-Aimé, Charles the Beloved. For 12 years, his reign is a success. The kingdom begins to heal. But you can sense a fragile, nervous energy about the young king. The pressures of ruling are immense, and his personal life is marked by the high passions and deep anxieties of his Valois bloodline. The first sign that something is terribly wrong comes in the suffocating heat of August 1392. The king is leading a small army through a forest near Le Mans. He is already unwell, suffering from a fever and exhausted by the oppressive heat. His mind is troubled, fixated on a recent attempt to assassinate his closest friend and advisor. As the royal procession moves slowly down a dusty track, a wild-looking man with tattered clothes and bare feet, some say a leper, darts out from the trees. He grabs the bridle of the king's horse and screams a terrifying warning, "Ride no further, noble king! Turn back, you are betrayed!" The man is pushed away by the guards, but his frantic words hang in the hot, still air, planting a seed of poison in the king's already feverish mind. The procession continues, the knights and pages drowsy in the afternoon sun. A few moments later, a young page, nodding off in his saddle, accidentally lets a lance slip from his grasp. It falls and clatters loudly against the steel helmet of the knight in front of him. The sharp metallic clang is the spark that ignites the kindling of the king's madness. In an instant, Charles's mind shatters. His eyes go wild. He draws his sword and lets out a terrifying cry. "Forward against the traitors! They wish to deliver me to the enemy." He is no longer seeing his loyal friends and family. He sees only assassins and betrayers. He spurs his horse and charges his sword, flashing at his own men. His brother Louis of Orléans is one of the first he attacks. The knights are thrown into a state of horrified chaos. How do they defend themselves against their own king without committing treason? They try to evade his blows to talk him down, but he is lost in a world of violent delusion. In his frenzy, Charles kills 4 of his own men before his energy is spent, and he collapses, falling into a deep coma. He is gently carried back to Paris on a litter. The kingdom holds its breath. Charles the Beloved, their shining hope, has become a source of terror and pity. When he eventually awakes from the coma, the madness has passed. But he is a changed man. He is physically weak and emotionally adrift. He has no memory of the horrific events in the forest. When he is told what he has done, he is consumed by a grief and shame that will haunt him for the rest of his life. This becomes the tragic pattern of his reign. His illness is cyclical. For weeks or months at a time, he would be completely lucid, a gentle, pious, and deeply remorseful man, painfully aware of his own condition. Then, without warning, the madness would descend again, plunging him back into psychosis. And his delusions are terrifyingly specific. The most famous of these gives him his historical nickname, the Glass King. During these episodes, he would insist that his body was made of glass. You can picture this tall, powerful man refusing to let anyone touch him for fear he might shatter into 1,000 pieces. He would sit perfectly still for hours on end to avoid any sudden movements. To protect his fragile form, he had iron rods sewn into his clothing, a kind of external skeleton to keep him from breaking apart. This was not his only delusion. In the depths of his illness, he would forget his own name and that he was the king. He would deny he had a wife and children, recoiling from his own family as if they were strangers. At other times, he would run howling like a wolf through the long corridors of his Parisian palace, the Hôtel Saint-Paul. He would refuse to bathe or change his clothes for months on end, living in his own filth. His personal tragedy is a subject of ongoing discussion. Modern historians and medical experts have retrospectively tried to diagnose Charles's condition with theories ranging from schizophrenia to bipolar disorder, or even a genetic illness like porphyria. The debate continues on whether his affliction was purely genetic or perhaps triggered by the immense stress of kingship and the trauma of his first psychotic episode. While the king suffered in his private hell, his kingdom suffered with him. An insane king cannot rule, and this power vacuum at the center of the government proves catastrophic for France. The king's powerful and ambitious relatives begin a vicious struggle for control of the kingdom. The court splits into two warring factions. On one side are the Burgundians, led by Charles's powerful uncle and later his cousin John the Fearless. On the other are the Armagnacs, centered around Charles's younger brother, the handsome and dissolute Louis of Orleans. The civil war that erupts between them is brutal and merciless, characterized by assassinations, massacres, and betrayals. The country is torn apart from within, paralyzed by the greed of its own nobility. And while the French wolves tear at each other's throats, the English lion sees its chance. The young, ambitious, and brilliant warrior king Henry V lands in France, intent on reviving England's claim to the French throne. The French nobility, tragically divided and incompetently led, rides out to meet him. At a small village called Agincourt in 1415, the French army, vastly outnumbering the English, suffers one of the most devastating defeats in its history. The aftermath is a national humiliation. With the Duke of Burgundy's help, Henry V captures much of northern France. In 1420, he forces the poor mad King Charles to sign the Treaty of Troyes. In this document, Charles, in a moment of confused lucidity, or perhaps under duress, disinherits his own son, the Dauphin Charles, and names Henry V of England as his heir and the regent of France. He has effectively signed his own kingdom away. Charles VI lives for 2 more years, a forgotten figure in his own palace, often neglected, a symbol of the broken kingdom he nominally rules. He dies in 1422, a few short months after the man who was meant to succeed him, Henry V. His 50-year reign began with such love and promise, but it ended in madness, civil war, and foreign occupation. The story of Charles the Beloved became the tragedy of Charles the Mad, a king whose shattered mind left behind a shattered kingdom, a nation so lost and despairing it would take a miracle, or perhaps a teenage peasant girl who heard the voices of saints to piece it back together again. You are in the dark, cavernous halls of the Hôtel Saint-Paul in Paris. You can almost hear the distant, mournful howls of the mad King Charles, a man whose private internal suffering plunged his entire kingdom into civil war. His was a tragedy of the mind. Now we leave this world of gilded, tragic insanity and travel to a land where the suffering is not a symptom of madness, but a deliberate instrument of state policy. Our journey takes us southeast across the heart of Europe to its raw and rugged edge. You arrive in the 15th century in the Principality of Wallachia, a territory that makes up part of modern-day Romania. This is a land of deep, dark forests, mist-shrouded mountains, and remote stone castles. It is a violent borderland, a Christian bulwark squeezed between the powerful Kingdom of Hungary to the north and the relentless westward expansion of the Ottoman Empire to the south. Life here is hard and power is won and held through ruthless, unforgiving strength. It is here that we meet a prince whose name will become synonymous with terror and cruelty, a name that will echo down through the centuries, twisted into something else entirely. His name is Vlad III, but he is known by a more famous and fearsome title, Dracula. This name isn't as sinister as it sounds at first. His father, Vlad II, was a member of a prestigious chivalric order called the Order of the Dragon, created to defend Christianity from its enemies. For this, he was given the name Dracul, the Romanian word for the dragon. As his son, Vlad III was known as Dracula, which simply means son of the dragon. But the son would prove to be far more terrifying than the father. To understand the man he became, you have to understand his childhood. At the tender age of 13, you see him and his younger brother Radu being sent away not to a fine European university, but to the court of the Ottoman Sultan Murad II. They are political hostages, human collateral to ensure their father's loyalty. For years, Vlad lives in the heart of his enemy's empire. It is an apprenticeship in terror. He watches the Sultan's methods, he learns the intricacies of Ottoman power, and he witnesses firsthand their preferred methods of execution. He develops a cold, simmering hatred for the Ottomans, but also a grudging respect for their absolute power and their use of fear as a tool of statecraft. When he finally fights his way to the Wallachian throne as a young man, he finds a kingdom in chaos. It is plagued by crime and, more importantly, by a treacherous and powerful nobility known as the boyars. These were the men who had betrayed and murdered his father and his older brother. Vlad's first order of business is not reform, it is revenge. The most famous story of this revenge takes place at Easter. He invites hundreds of the boyar nobles and their families to a grand feast at his court in Targovishte. You can picture the scene, the nobles feeling secure, feasting and drinking, perhaps underestimating the young prince. At the height of the festivities, Vlad's soldiers surround the hall. He confronts the boyars, asking them how many princes they have lived under, forcing them to confess their own disloyalty and king-making. Then his vengeance is unleashed. The older nobles are seized and, according to the legends, are immediately impaled on stakes outside the hall. The younger and healthier ones are chained together and force-marched over 50 miles through the mountains to the ruins of an old cliffside fortress. There they are enslaved, forced to rebuild the castle, which will become his famous Castle Poenari, until they drop dead from exhaustion. With one brutal stroke, Vlad has broken the power of the old nobility and announced what kind of ruler he intends to be. And his rule is defined by one single, horrific practice: impalement. You have to understand that this wasn't just a method of execution, it was a form of psychological warfare. It was a slow, agonizing, and public death designed to be the ultimate deterrent. Vlad used it to punish criminals, corrupt officials, and political enemies. He became so associated with the practice that he earned a new nickname, Vlad Chepesh, Vlad the Impaler. His most legendary use of this terror took place in 1462. The mighty Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II, the man who had conquered Constantinople, leads a massive army 3 times the size of anything Vlad could muster to crush the defiant Wallachian prince once and for all. Vlad cannot defeat this army in open battle, so he turns his entire country into a weapon. He wages a terrifying guerrilla war, poisoning wells, burning villages, and launching daring night attacks on the Turkish camp. but his masterstroke of horror is saved for the approach to his capital city. As the Sultan and his army march through a valley, they are met with a sight so grotesque, so soul-shattering, it has been remembered for over 500 years. There before them, stretching for several kilometers, is what has become known as the Forest of the Impaled. On a vast field stand 20,000 stakes, and on each stake is the writhing, decaying body of a captured Turkish soldier. Men, women, children, it matters not to Vlad. It is a silent, stinking army of the dead, a message of pure, unadulterated terror. The story goes that the Sultan, a man who had seen every horror of 15th century warfare, was so sickened by the spectacle that he turned his army around and marched back to the Ottoman Empire. Vlad had won not with soldiers, but with an act of cruelty so profound it broke his enemy's will to fight. The stories of his cruelty are legion. When Ottoman envoys came to his court and refused to remove their turbans, citing religious custom, Vlad praised their devotion and offered to help them strengthen it. He had their turbans nailed to their heads. To create a sense of absolute order, he supposedly placed a golden cup by a public well in his capital, declaring that anyone could drink from it, but it must never be stolen. Throughout his brutal reign, the cup was never touched. Historians debate the extent of Vlad's cruelty. While his use of impalement is well documented, many of the most gruesome stories about him, that he would dine amidst the forest of the impaled, dipping his bread in their blood, or that he would boil his victims alive, were first recorded in German pamphlets printed years after his death. These were sensationalist works of propaganda published by his enemies, the Saxon merchants of Transylvania, who hated him for his harsh trade policies. Separating the historical Vlad from the monstrous caricature created by 15th century propaganda remains a significant challenge. In his native Romania, he is often remembered not as a monster, but as a fierce national hero, a brutal but just ruler who defended their independence from the overwhelming might of the Ottoman Empire. So how did this cruel medieval prince become a creature of the night? The connection is far more recent and tenuous than you might think. In the 1890s, an Irish author named Bram Stoker was researching a novel about a vampire. He was looking for a setting and a name. In a book about Wallachia, he came across a footnote mentioning a 15th century prince named Dracula, who was said to have impaled his enemies. Stoker seized upon the name and the location. He borrowed the resonance of that ancient cruelty, the sense of a dark and bloody history, and grafted it onto his story of a supernatural count from Transylvania. The historical Vlad the Impaler, the son of the dragon, was no vampire. He never slept in a coffin, he never feared a crucifix, and he never drank blood, at least not literally. He was a monster made of flesh and bone, a product of a violent time and a traumatic youth. And his real story of a prince who used terror as his greatest weapon and created a forest of the dead to save his kingdom is arguably more chilling than any legend. You are standing in the cold, misty forests of Wallachia, the ghost of Vlad Dracula's cruelty hanging heavy in the air. His was a terror born of personal vengeance and the brutal necessities of a frontier war. It was a visceral, hands-on kind of wickedness. Now we leave this world of warlords and impaled bodies and travel west to a kingdom where the terror is of a different sort. It is not the work of one man's rage, but of a bureaucratic machine. It is cold, systematic, and fueled not by hatred, but by an unshakable, absolute faith. Our journey takes us to the sun-drenched plains of late 15th century Spain. You find yourself in a world of stunning contrasts. It is the age of the late Gothic cathedral of soaring arches and the scent of incense. It is a land of vibrant scholarship of Christian, Jewish, and Muslim intellectual traditions that had intermingled for centuries. But it is also a land on the cusp of a dramatic and brutal transformation. At the heart of this transformation are two rulers, the famous Catholic monarchs, Ferdinand of Aragon, and the true driving force, his wife, Queen Isabella I of Castile. To understand Isabella, you must first cast aside any image of a meek, submissive queen. She was one of the most formidable and effective rulers of the European Renaissance. You see her in her youth navigating a treacherous court, fighting a civil war to secure her own crown against a rival claimant. She is brilliant, determined, and possessed of a piety so intense it is like a fire in her bones. Her marriage to Ferdinand is not a love match, but a strategic alliance of breathtaking ambition to unite their two kingdoms, to forge a single unified Spain, and to drive the last remnants of Muslim rule from the Iberian Peninsula. For the first part of their reign, their story is one of glorious success. You see Isabella and Ferdinand at the head of their armies, completing the final stage of the Reconquista, the nearly 800-year-long struggle to reclaim Spain from the Moorish kingdoms. In January of 1492, the banner of Castile and Aragon is raised over the magnificent city of Granada, the last Muslim stronghold. The long crusade is over. Spain is for the first time in centuries a wholly Christian-ruled land. That same year you are in the audience hall of the Alhambra Palace in Granada. You watch as Queen Isabella grants an audience to a persistent Genoese navigator with a bold, almost insane idea to reach the East Indies by sailing west across the Atlantic. While other monarchs had dismissed him, Isabella, in her moment of triumph, is willing to take the gamble. She agrees to fund the voyage of Christopher Columbus. It is a decision that will change the map of the world, launch the age of discovery, and bring the untold wealth of the Americas pouring into Spain, funding its golden age. 1492 was a very busy year for the Queen. A unified kingdom, a completed crusade, a new world on the horizon. This is the Isabella of legend, the visionary, the unifier, the patroness of discovery. But this glorious sunlit image has a deep and terrifying shadow, and the darkness is born from the very same source as her triumphs, her fervent, uncompromising religious faith. For Isabella, a politically unified Spain was not enough. She dreamed of a spiritually unified Spain, a kingdom pure in its Catholic orthodoxy. And in this dream, there was no room for dissent. Her primary concern was the conversos. These were Spanish Jews whose ancestors had over the generations converted to Christianity. Many had done so under duress, and many had become successful and powerful members of Spanish society. But a deep suspicion lingered. A whisper campaign suggested that many of these conversos were not true Christians, that in the privacy of their own homes they were secretly practicing Judaism. They were heretics, a spiritual poison within the body of the kingdom. To hunt down and eradicate this perceived heresy, Isabella and Ferdinand petitioned the Pope for permission to establish their own state-controlled institution, the Spanish Inquisition. You now enter a very different kind of royal court. This is a court of law, but one that operates on fear and secrecy. At its head is the infamous Grand Inquisitor, Tomás de Torquemada, the Queen's own personal confessor. Under his direction, the Inquisition becomes a terrifyingly efficient machine of persecution. Its methods are a masterclass in psychological dread. An accusation, often made anonymously by a jealous neighbor or a business rival, is all it takes. The accused are arrested in the dead of night and disappear into the Inquisition's prisons. They are not told who has accused them or even at first what they are accused of. The interrogations are not designed to find truth, but to extract a confession. The accused are isolated for months, worn down by fear and uncertainty. If they do not confess, there are other methods. Torture is used not as a punishment, but as a tool to encourage a confession. This wasn't your standard HR review. It was a process designed to break the human spirit. Once a confession is obtained, whether real or fabricated, the next step is the auto da fe, the act of faith. You are standing in a crowded public square. A grand procession is taking place. The condemned are marched through the streets wearing conical hats and special tunics painted with flames and demons. Their crimes and sentences are read aloud to the assembled crowd. It is a grand piece of public theatre designed to shame the heretic and terrify the populace into obedience. Punishments range from fines and imprisonment to being flogged. But for those convicted of the most serious heresy who refuse to repent, the sentence is to be relaxed to the secular arm. It is a chillingly sterile euphemism. It means the church, which forbids itself from shedding blood, is handing the prisoner over to the state to be burned at the stake. The Inquisition was not Isabella's only tool for purification. In that same pivotal year of 1492, just 3 months after the fall of Granada, Isabella and Ferdinand sign the Alhambra Decree. This edict gives all of Spain's remaining practicing Jews a terrible choice: convert to Christianity within 4 months or leave the country forever. They are forbidden from taking any gold, silver, or precious metals with them. You see a mass exodus of a community that had lived in Spain for over 1,000 years. Families are torn apart, fortunes are abandoned. They are forced to flee with nothing but the clothes on their backs, becoming refugees scattered across North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. This raises a question that sits at the heart of Isabella's legacy. Historians debate whether her intense piety was the sole driver of the Inquisition and the expulsion, or if these were also cold, calculated political moves. Some argue it was a way to consolidate royal power by breaking the influence of wealthy converso families and seizing their assets, using religious fervor as a powerful tool for nation building. Was she a true fanatic or a cynical politician who understood that faith could be forged into a devastatingly effective weapon? Perhaps she was both. Isabella was a queen who believed she was doing God's work. She unified a nation, she sponsored a voyage that revealed a new hemisphere, and she built the foundations of a global empire. But in her quest for a perfectly unified, perfectly Catholic Spain, she unleashed an engine of intolerance and terror. The fires of the auto da fe would burn in Spain and its colonies for over 300 years, casting a long, dark shadow that even the gold of the New World could never truly dispel. You are standing in the great square of a Spanish city, the smoke from an auto da fe stinging your eyes. You have witnessed the cold, bureaucratic cruelty of the Inquisition, a machine of terror built to enforce a queen's vision of absolute religious purity. Now we travel once more, leaving the rigid fanaticism of Isabella's Spain behind. We journey northeast to a vast, sprawling and half-wild kingdom at the other end of Europe. Here the terror will not be cold and systematic. It will be hot, emotional, and deeply personal, springing from the tormented mind of a ruler who would come to be known as the Terrible. You arrive in 16th century Muscovy, the heartland of the future Russian Empire. This is a land of endless birch and pine forests, of long, brutal winters and short, glorious summers. It is a deeply devout land, clinging to its Orthodox Christian faith as a shield against its enemies. Its capital, Moscow, with the imposing brick walls of its Kremlin, feels less like a European city and more like a fortress, a bastion against the vast open plains to the east, from which Mongol horsemen the Golden Horde had dominated Russia for centuries. The Tatar yoke has been thrown off, but the memory of it and the constant threat of raids has bred a harsh, insular and unforgiving political culture. At the center of this world, you see a small boy. His name is Ivan. At the age of just 3, his father, the Grand Prince Vasily III, dies. Ivan is proclaimed the new ruler. His mother, the intelligent and capable Elena Glinskaya, rules in his place as regent. But when Ivan is only 8 years old, his mother dies suddenly. The whispers in the dark corridors of the Kremlin say she was poisoned by the boyars, the powerful bearded and perpetually feuding nobles of the realm. With both parents gone, the young Ivan and his deaf-mute brother Yuri are left utterly alone, 2 small orphans lost in a sea of sharks. The years that follow are a living nightmare, a masterclass in trauma. The great boyar clans, the Shuiskis and the Belskis, seize power, and their idea of babysitting is less than ideal. You watch as they storm through the palace, their fur-trimmed robes brushing past the terrified young prince. They loot the treasury, they argue, they fight, they even commit murder in the palace halls, all while Ivan looks on. He and his brother are often forgotten, left neglected and hungry, dressed in shabby clothes, treated more like prisoners than princes in their own home. He learns from a very young age that the world is a place of brutal, arbitrary violence, where power is the only thing that matters, and loyalty is a word used by liars just before they stab you in the back. But as you watch this neglected boy, you see something else in his eyes. He is not just afraid, he is observant, he is intelligent, and he is nursing a cold, silent rage that grows with every humiliation. The boyars, in their arrogance, have forgotten that the boy they ignore is the rightful ruler of the land. They get a shocking reminder of this fact when Ivan is 13. During one of the boyars' endless shouting arguments in the Kremlin, Ivan, who has been sitting silently in the corner, suddenly stands up. In a clear, cold voice, he points at the leader of the Shuisky clan, the powerful Prince Andrei, and orders the palace guards to arrest him. The guards, stunned, but recognizing the voice of their true master, obey. Andrei Shuisky is dragged out into a courtyard, and on the young prince's command is thrown to a pack of starving hunting dogs. It is a chillingly brutal way to fire a political rival, and it sends a clear message: Ivan's terrifying childhood is over, and he will never be powerless again. At the age of 16, in a move of stunning ambition, Ivan has himself crowned not as a Grand Prince like his forefathers, but as the first Tsar of all the Russias. The title Tsar, a Slavic version of Caesar, carries with it the legacy of Rome and Byzantium. It is a declaration that a new mighty Orthodox empire has been born, and for a time, it seems this new empire has a wise and capable ruler. The early part of Ivan's adult reign is a period of remarkable success and reform. He is guided by 2 positive influences: his beautiful and gentle first wife, Anastasia Romanovna, whom he adores, and a group of skilled and forward-thinking advisors known as the Chosen Council. With their help, Ivan brings a new sense of order and justice to his kingdom. He introduces a comprehensive new legal code, he modernizes the army, and he curbs the power of the corrupt local governors. He is also a brilliant military strategist. He leads his new army east and achieves the dream of generations of Russian rulers. He conquers the Tatar Khanates of Kazan and Astrakhan. This is a monumental victory, finally breaking the last vestiges of Mongol power over Russia. To commemorate his triumph at Kazan, he commissions the construction of a cathedral in Moscow, a building of such dizzying, whimsical beauty that it seems almost otherworldly, the building you now know as St. Basil's Cathedral. For these years, Ivan is not the terrible. He is Ivan the Great, a strong, pious, and successful Tsar. But the traumas of his childhood have not vanished. They are merely dormant, waiting for a trigger. The first crack appears in 1553. Ivan falls gravely ill and believes he is dying. He gathers the boyars around his bed and demands that they swear an oath of allegiance to his infant son. But the boyars hesitate. They fear another long, chaotic regency. Many of them favor Ivan's cousin as the next Tsar. Ivan, to everyone's surprise, recovers from his illness, but he never ever forgets the sight of those powerful men hesitating at his sickbed. The old paranoia, the fear of boyar treachery, comes rushing back. The final fatal blow comes in 1560. His beloved wife, the gentle Anastasia, dies after a long and mysterious illness. Ivan is shattered by grief, but his grief quickly curdles into a venomous, all-consuming suspicion. He is absolutely convinced that she did not die of natural causes. He believes the boyars who he knew resented her influence have poisoned her. He sees their treacherous hands in the death of his mother, in their hesitation at his sickbed, and now in the murder of the only person he ever truly loved and trusted. For centuries, Ivan's belief that Anastasia was poisoned was dismissed as a symptom of his spiraling paranoia. It was seen as the moment his mind finally broke, creating a reason to unleash the fury he had suppressed for so long. However, modern forensic analysis of her skeletal remains has shown unusually high levels of mercury. This has led historians to debate whether she was indeed slowly poisoned, perhaps with mercury-based medicines or cosmetics, or if the poisoning was deliberate. Ivan's greatest fear, the one everyone thought was a product of his madness, may have been a terrible reality. Whether she was poisoned or not, in Ivan's mind, there is no doubt. The last restraint on his rage is gone. You can see the light of the good Tsar being extinguished, replaced by the burning, paranoid glare of Ivan the Terrible. He looks at the world and no longer sees subjects or counselors. He sees only traitors, heretics, and assassins. His tragic transformation is complete. He is now convinced that to save his kingdom, he must first drown it in a river of blood. You are in the cold, dark Kremlin, watching the last embers of goodness die in the eyes of Tsar Ivan. His beloved wife is dead, and he is utterly convinced she was murdered by his treacherous nobles, the boyars. The grief and the festering paranoia from his traumatic childhood have now merged into a single monstrous certainty. He is surrounded by enemies, and his only path to survival is to become more terrible than all of them. The stage is set for a reign of terror unlike anything Russia has ever seen. It begins with one of the most bizarre and brilliant political maneuvers in history. In the winter of 1564, Ivan does something unthinkable. He abdicates. One morning, the people of Moscow awake to find that the Tsar, his family, and a vast train of sleighs loaded with treasure have vanished from the Kremlin. He has moved to a fortified retreat outside the city, a place called the Alexandrov Sloboda. From there, he sends 2 letters back to the capital. The first is to the leaders of the church, and in it, he unleashes a torrent of rage listing every crime and act of treachery committed by the boyars since his childhood. He declares that he can no longer tolerate their treason and is giving up the throne. The second letter is addressed to the common people of Moscow. In it, he assures them that they are not the target of his anger. He has no quarrel with them. It's a masterstroke of political manipulation, a resignation letter designed to start a revolution. And it works perfectly. Moscow is plunged into chaos. The boyars are terrified, hated by the people, and now abandoned by the Tsar they are accused of tormenting. The common people who see the Tsar as their divinely appointed protector against the corrupt nobles are horrified that he has left them. A massive procession of Muscovites marches through the snow to the Alexandrov Sloboda, begging, weeping, and demanding that their Tsar return. Ivan, of course, agrees to come back, but he will do so only on his own non-negotiable terms. He demands two things. First, the right to punish traitors and wrongdoers, as he sees fit, with summary executions and confiscation of their property. Second, and most terrifyingly, he demands the creation of the oprichnina. You must understand, the oprichnina was not just a new policy. It was a schism, a cleaving of the entire Russian state in two. Ivan divides his kingdom. The first part, the zemshchina, or the land, would continue to be administered by the old boyar councils. But the second, more prosperous, half the oprichnina, or the setter part, would become Ivan's personal domain, ruled by him alone with absolute, unquestioned authority. It is, in effect, a state within a state, a massive territory whose only law is the Tsar's will. And to enforce that will, Ivan creates a new brotherhood, a force that will become the symbol of his terror. They are the oprichniki. You see them now, 1,000 of them, at first hand picked for their loyalty to the Tsar and their lack of connection to the old boyar clans. You see them riding out from the Alexandrov Sloboda, and the sight is designed to inspire dread. They are dressed from head to toe in the black robes of monks, a terrifying parody of religious devotion. They ride powerful black horses, and tied to their saddles you see their gruesome emblem, a company logo from the depths of hell, a severed dog's head and a broom. The meaning is clear and chilling to every Russian who sees it. They are the Tsar's dogs, here to sniff out treason, and then with the broom to sweep it from the sacred land of Russia. You'll ride with them now, these black-clad horsemen, as they unleash a wave of terror across the land. Their mission is to destroy the power of the great noble families. They descend upon the ancient estates of the princes and boyars, arresting the masters, seizing their lands for the oprichnina, and dealing with their households with merciless brutality. The terror is unpredictable and absolute. No one is safe. A whispered accusation, a flicker of defiance, even a past association with a fallen family is enough to bring the oprichniki to your door in the dead of night. But the violence is not confined to the nobility. The terror soon spirals out of control, consuming clergy who dare to speak out, merchants whose wealth is coveted, and entire villages that happen to be in the way. At the center of this web of fear is Ivan himself, directing the purges from his fortress monastery at the Alexandrov Sloboda. Here he creates a surreal and twisted world. He and his inner circle of oprichniki live like monks. Their days are a bizarre blend of extreme piety and extreme cruelty. You see Ivan dressed in a monk's habit, waking at dawn to lead hours-long church services, chanting prayers and banging his head against the stone floor in acts of fervent penance. Then you see him descend into the dungeons below the monastery to personally oversee the torture and interrogation of his prisoners, only to emerge again for evening vespers. It's a lifestyle of prayer and purges a holy war against his own people. The absolute nadir of the oprichnina, the moment when the terror escalates into a full-blown atrocity, comes in the winter of 1570. Ivan becomes convinced that the great and wealthy city of Novgorod, with its proud history of independence, is plotting a mass treason to hand itself over to Russia's enemy, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Consumed by this paranoid fantasy, he leads his oprichniki north. What follows is not a battle, it is a month-long massacre. You are there as the black-clad horsemen surround the city, sealing every exit. They begin by rounding up and torturing the city's clergy and leading citizens. Then they unleash their fury on the general population. For 5 weeks, the city is subjected to a systematic and unspeakable horror. Thousands of people, men, women, and children, are rounded up each day. They are tied to sleighs and dragged to the city's bridge over the Volkhov River. There, in the depths of the Russian winter, they are thrown into the freezing water. You can see the oprichniki in boats patrolling the river with hooks and spears, pushing anyone who surfaces back under the ice. When the river is choked with the dead, the slaughter continues in the streets. Novgorod, one of the oldest and richest cities in Russia, is left a desolate, depopulated ruin. This brutal reign of terror lasts for 7 years, but it is ultimately a failure. In 1571, while the oprichniki are busy terrorizing their own countrymen, an army of Crimean Tatars launches a surprise raid. They bypass the Russian defenses' march all the way to Moscow and burn the entire city to the ground, save for the stone walls of the Kremlin. The oprichniki, so fearsome against unarmed civilians, prove utterly useless against a real military foe. Ivan, seeing their failure, is enraged. The oprichnina has not made his country stronger. It has left it vulnerable and broken. He abruptly abolishes the entire institution, and his vengeance now turns on the oprichniki themselves. Many of their leaders are executed in a final bloody purge. He even makes it a crime to utter the word oprichnina. Historians are deeply divided on its purpose. Was it simply the paranoid rampage of a mad tyrant, a 7-year-long psychotic episode that nearly destroyed his country? Or was it a brutal but calculated political tool, a necessary evil designed to break the power of the feudal nobles once and for all and forge a modern, centralized, autocratic Russian state? Perhaps it was both. But as the oprichnina is dissolved, you are left in a land that has been scarred to its soul. The country is depopulated, the economy is in ruins, and the Tsar is left alone. His power absolute, his mind a dark labyrinth of piety and rage from which he and his family will never escape. You are standing in the snow-covered ruins of Novgorod, the icy wind carrying the ghostly screams of a massacred city. You have seen the depths of Tsar Ivan's paranoid fury, a terror that he justified with a twisted theatrical piety. He saw himself as God's wrathful instrument cleansing his holy land. Now we leave the frozen, blood-soaked forests of Russia and travel south to a world of sun marble and exquisite art. Here, in the heart of the Christian faith, we will find a family who also cloaked their ambition in the robes of the church, not with fire and brimstone fury, but with a silken smiling and utterly cynical corruption. Our journey takes us back in time to the end of the 15th century and to the city of Rome. This is the height of the Italian Renaissance. It is a city bursting with creative genius, a place where art and humanism are reaching heights unseen since antiquity. But as you walk its streets, you see that beneath the beauty, the city is a chaotic, violent, and deeply corrupt place. And the most corrupt institution of all is the papacy itself. The Pope is not just a spiritual leader. He is a king, the ruler of the papal states, a man who commands armies, makes treaties, and lives in splendor. The process of electing a new pope, the conclave, is less a matter of divine inspiration and more a ruthless political campaign, rife with bribery, backroom deals, and intimidation. Into this world of sacred power and profane ambition steps a man of immense charm, intelligence, and a complete lack of spiritual conviction. His name is Rodrigo Borgia. He is a Spanish cardinal from an influential but still outsider family. He has spent decades skillfully navigating the treacherous currents of the Vatican, accumulating immense wealth and power. In the summer of 1492, that same fateful year of Isabella's triumphs and Columbus's voyage, the old pope dies. Rodrigo Borgia sees his chance. You are a fly on the wall in the conclave, watching him move from cardinal to cardinal, promising them bishoprics, titles, and mountains of silver. He essentially buys the papacy and emerges onto the balcony of St. Peter's as the new pontiff Pope Alexander VI. The people of Rome are at first pleased. He is capable and energetic. But it soon becomes clear that Alexander's primary loyalty is not to God or the church, but to his own family. And he has quite a family. In a flagrant violation of his vow of celibacy, he has 4 children whom he adores and openly acknowledges. His papacy will be dedicated to advancing their fortunes using the vast wealth and power of the church as their personal inheritance. This is the story of the Borgias. Your attention is drawn to his 2 most famous children. The first is his son, Cesare Borgia. He is brilliant, handsome, and possessed of a chillingly ruthless ambition. His father initially forces him into a church career, making him a cardinal at the age of 18. But Cesare has no taste for religion. You can see him trapped in his red robes, his mind on maps and armies, not scripture. In an unprecedented move, he resigns his cardinalship, a career change of epic proportions, to pursue his true calling as a soldier and a state builder. With his father's papal armies and treasury at his disposal, he sets out to carve a new kingdom for himself out of the patchwork of petty tyrannies in central Italy. Cesare becomes the embodiment of the new Renaissance prince, a man for whom the ends always justify the means. He is the man who will become the direct inspiration for Niccolò Machiavelli's famous and amoral political handbook, The Prince. Then there is his daughter Lucrezia Borgia. History has often painted her as a villainess, a poisoner in her own right. But as you watch her, you see a different story. She is a pawn, a beautiful and intelligent chess piece in her family's dynastic game. At 13, she is married off to a powerful Italian noble to secure an alliance. When that alliance is no longer useful, her father has the marriage annulled on humiliatingly false grounds. Her second husband, a handsome young duke she seems to genuinely love, is brutally attacked and later murdered in his bed, almost certainly on the orders of her possessive and jealous brother, Cesare. Her third marriage to the heir of the powerful Duke of Ferrara finally gives her the security she craves, and she will eventually escape her family's shadow. Together, this family, the corrupt pope, the ruthless son, and the beautiful daughter, dominate the politics of Italy, and their name becomes a byword for a very specific type of sinister treachery. It is said they have a favorite tool for dealing with their enemies, especially the wealthy cardinals who stand in their way. It is a legendary poison, a secret family recipe known as cantarella. It is said to be a slow-acting arsenic-based compound, colorless and tasteless, easy to slip into a rival's wine at one of the Vatican's famously lavish banquets. After a cardinal dies, his wealth reverts to the papal treasury, which under Alexander is little more than the Borgia family bank account. The Borgias certainly gave a bad name to dinner parties. The stories of their depravity are whispered in every court in Europe. Cesare's cruelty and cunning are legendary. You witness his most infamous act of treachery at the town of Senigallia. He has been fighting a group of his own mercenary captains who have betrayed him. He lures them to a meeting promising reconciliation and a new contract. They arrive disarmed and smiling, ready to make a deal. Cesare greets them warmly, ushers them into a palace, and then has his men seize them. He watches with cold detachment as every single one of them is strangled to death. It is a perfect, terrifying example of Machiavellian politics in action. The darkest rumors swirl around their private lives. Their enemies accuse them of holding wild orgies within the Vatican walls. The most notorious of these is the Banquet of the Chestnuts, a scandalous supper party where, according to a papal official's diary, 50 courtesans entertain the dinner guests. And the most poisonous whispers of all suggest incestuous relationships between Lucrezia, her brother Cesare, and even her father, the Pope. This brings us to the great challenge of telling their story. For centuries, the Borgias have been the poster family for Renaissance corruption, their name synonymous with poison, incest, and murder. However, modern historians work to separate the lurid rumors, many spread by their political enemies, and their successor, the warrior Pope Julius II, from the documented reality. The debate now focuses on whether they were truly more depraved than other powerful Italian families of the time, like the Sforzas of Milan or the Orsinis of Rome, or simply more successful, more audacious, and more unlucky in who wrote their history. Their spectacular reign, however, is destined to be brief. In the hot fever-ridden summer of 1503, both Pope Alexander and his son Cesare fall violently ill after a dinner party. The 72-year-old Pope dies. His enemies, of course, claim that he was the victim of his own game, accidentally drinking from a poisoned bottle of wine he had intended for another cardinal. The more likely culprit is malaria, the Roman scourge of the summer. With the Pope dead, the foundation of Borgia power is gone. Cesare, though terribly sick himself, cannot control the election of the next pope. His enemies seize their chance. His carefully constructed kingdom crumbles to dust. He is eventually arrested, escapes from a Spanish prison, and dies a few years later, fighting as a common mercenary in a minor skirmish in Spain, a pathetic end for the man who was once the terror of Italy. The Borgia dream is over. Their reign was a brilliant, sinful, and scandalous flash in the history of the papacy, a time when the Holy See was ruled like a family business, and the keys to the kingdom of heaven were used to unlock the doors to earthly power, pleasure, and revenge. You are in the apostolic palace in Rome, the air thick with the scent of melted wax, expensive wine, and the faint metallic tang of rumored poison. You have watched the Borgia family treat the papacy like a personal kingdom, a tool for their own power and pleasure. Theirs was a story of cynical ambition, a usurpation of holy office for worldly gain. Now we travel north across the Alps and the English Channel to a kingdom that will for a time define itself by its loyalty to that same papacy. We will meet a young king who is the very picture of a virtuous Christian prince, a man who will even be named Defender of the Faith by the Pope. And then we will watch as that same man, driven by his own desires, tears his entire country away from the church he once defended, transforming himself from a hero into a monster. Our journey takes us to the early 16th century and the court of Tudor England. You arrive in a place of vibrant energy and boundless optimism. The brutal dynastic wars of the Roses are over. A new strong dynasty is on the throne, and at its head is a young man who is the living embodiment of the Renaissance ideal. His name is Henry VIII. You must cast from your mind the famous image of a fat, bearded, turkey leg-waving tyrant. That man does not exist yet. The man you see now in the prime of his youth is a superstar. He is tall, well over 6 feet, powerfully built, and impossibly handsome. He is a brilliant athlete, a champion at the joust, a fearsome tennis player, and a tireless dancer. He is also a scholar, a theologian, a gifted musician who composes his own songs, and a man of immense charm. He is the poster boy for a new age, and all of Europe is dazzled by him. For the first 20 years of his reign, his story is one of success. He is married to the devout and popular Catherine of Aragon, the daughter of our old friends Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain. He is a strong, effective king who leads his armies to victory against the French and the Scots. His court is a center of chivalry, learning and culture. It seems like a golden age has dawned for England. But as you watch the royal couple, you can feel a single gnawing anxiety that slowly begins to overshadow everything else. In 2 decades of marriage, Catherine has endured multiple miscarriages and stillbirths. She has given the king only one living child, a daughter, the Princess Mary. For Henry, this is not just a personal tragedy, it is a dynastic catastrophe. You have to remember how new and fragile his family's claim to the throne is. His father, Henry VII, was a Welsh exile who won the crown on the battlefield, ending 30 years of bloody civil war. The Tudor dynasty is built on a very shallow foundation. In the ruthless world of 16th century politics, a queen ruling in her own right is seen as a weakness, an invitation for rival claimants to plunge the country back into chaos. Henry needs a son. He must have a son to secure his family's legacy. His desperation slowly becomes an obsession. He pores over the scriptures and he finds what he believes to be the answer in the book of Leviticus. If a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. They shall be childless. Catherine had, for a very brief time, been married to his older brother Arthur before he died. Henry now becomes utterly convinced that his marriage is cursed by God, that he has been living in sin for 20 years, and that he will never have a legitimate son as long as he is married to Catherine. He needs to end the marriage. He needs an annulment. And at the same time, his eye has fallen upon a new woman at court. She is not a demure, pliable girl. She is Anne Boleyn. She is not a classic beauty, but she is mesmerizing with intelligent dark eyes, a sharp wit, and an iron will. She has spent time in the sophisticated courts of Europe and carries herself with a captivating continental style. Henry is utterly infatuated with her, but when he tries to make her his mistress, she does something extraordinary. She says no. She will not be a royal plaything to be discarded when the king grows bored. If Henry wants her, he must make her his wife, his queen. It is an all-or-nothing gamble of breathtaking audacity. Henry's course is set. He will have his annulment, he will cast Catherine aside, and he will marry Anne Boleyn, who he is certain will give him the son he craves. He appeals to the Pope. But there is a problem. The Pope is for all intents and purposes a prisoner of the most powerful man in Europe, the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. And Charles V is Catherine of Aragon's adoring nephew. He will not stand by and see his aunt cast aside and declared a royal concubine. The Pope is caught in a political vice. He delays, he prevaricates, but he cannot give Henry what he wants. And it is here in this moment of supreme frustration that the Golden Prince begins his monstrous transformation. If the Pope will not give him what he wants, Henry will simply cast aside the Pope. Guided by his brilliant and ruthless chief minister Thomas Cromwell, Henry embarks on a revolutionary course of action. He breaks England away from the authority of the Roman Catholic Church, a connection that has defined the country for 1,000 years. Through a series of acts of Parliament, he declares himself the supreme head of the Church of England. He is now the Pope in his own kingdom. He has his new Archbishop of Canterbury declare his marriage to Catherine null and void, and he secretly marries a pregnant Anne Boleyn. He has done it. He has moved heaven and earth for this woman and the son she carries. And then Anne gives birth. It is a healthy baby, but it is another girl, the future Queen Elizabeth I. For Henry, it is a devastating blow. His infatuation with Anne quickly begins to sour, turning to a cold, bitter resentment. She is proud, she is argumentative, and she has failed in her one essential duty. When she later miscarries a son, her fate is sealed. The king wants her gone, but he cannot simply get another annulment. It would make him a laughingstock. So, a darker path is chosen. Anne is arrested, accused of a litany of fantastical crimes: adultery with multiple men, incest with her own brother, and plotting the king's death. The charges are absurd, the evidence fabricated. She is tried, found guilty, and on a misty May morning in 1536, she is beheaded by a swordsman brought specially from France. This is the turning point. The king, who had once been a paragon of chivalry, has now judicially murdered his own wife. The floodgates of his tyranny are opened. His story becomes a grim parade of wives, neatly summarized by the children's rhyme: divorced, beheaded, died. Divorced, beheaded, survived. He marries Jane Seymour, who finally gives him his precious son Edward, but dies from complications of childbirth. He is talked into a political match with the German princess Anne of Cleves, whom he finds so physically repulsive, he has the marriage annulled within 6 months. He then falls for a young, vivacious teenager, Catherine Howard, only to discover she has been unfaithful and sends her to the executioner's block as well. His final wife, the twice-widowed Catherine Parr, manages to outlive him. As his reign progresses, his body and mind decay in parallel. A jousting accident in his 40s reopens an old leg wound, leaving him with a festering, suppurating ulcer that will never heal. He is in constant, agonizing pain for the rest of his life. The handsome athlete balloons into a grotesque, obese figure, weighing nearly 400 pounds, so large he has to be moved about with mechanical contraptions. The chronic pain feeds a simmering, dangerous paranoia. His court, once a place of joy and culture, becomes a snake pit of fear, where even his most loyal servants like Thomas Cromwell and Sir Thomas More can be sent to their deaths on a whim. Historians debate the true nature of Henry's transformation. Was he always a ruthless egomaniac whose true nature was only revealed when his will was thwarted? Or was he a genuinely promising ruler, broken and twisted by his obsession for an heir, his religious anxieties, and the chronic agonizing pain that consumed his later years? Whatever the cause, the result is undeniable. The Golden Prince is gone, replaced by a bloated, diseased, and terrifying tyrant, a man who got everything he wanted, but destroyed himself and so much else in the process. Section 15. You are in the stifling, pain-filled bedchamber of the old King Henry VIII. You have watched him decay from a magnificent golden prince into a paranoid, bloated tyrant. His legacy is one of revolution, a kingdom torn from its ancient religious foundations, not for the sake of grand theology, but to satisfy his own desperate need for a male heir. He got his son, but his actions have left behind a spiritual wound that will fester and bleed for generations. You are about to witness the first tragic consequence of this legacy, a messy and violent spiritual custody battle fought by his own children. After Henry's death, his frail 9-year-old son becomes King Edward VI. Raised by devoutly Protestant tutors, his short reign sees England's new church pushed in an ever more radical Protestant direction. But Edward is a sickly boy, and he dies after only 6 years on the throne. Before his death, his advisors, desperate to prevent a Catholic from taking power, concoct a plan to bypass Henry's own declared line of succession. They place a teenage girl, the Protestant Lady Jane Grey, on the throne. She will rule for only 9 days, because there is another heir waiting in the wings. Henry's first child, the one he cast aside and declared illegitimate. Her name is Mary Tudor. To understand the queen she will become, you must first understand the girl she was. You see her in her youth, a happy, adored child, the pampered Princess of Wales, the jewel of the Tudor court. She is intelligent, talented, and the beloved daughter of King Henry and Queen Catherine of Aragon. Then, when she is a teenager, her world is shattered. Her father's obsession with Anne Boleyn leads him to divorce her mother, break with the Catholic Church, and declare his own daughter a bastard. She is stripped of her title, her household is taken from her, and in an act of profound cruelty, she is forbidden from seeing her mother ever again. She is now Lady Mary, a living symbol of the old faith and a constant nagging reminder of her father's revolutionary sin. You watch as she is subjected to years of relentless psychological pressure. She is bullied, threatened, and isolated, all in an attempt to force her to renounce her Catholic faith, to deny the authority of the Pope, and to accept her own illegitimacy. She lives in constant fear. At times, she believes her father might actually execute her, as he did so many others who defied him. But Mary is her mother's daughter. She is stubborn, principled, and her faith, forged in this crucible of suffering, becomes the absolute, unshakable core of her being. Protestantism for her is not just a different theology, it is the cruel heresy that destroyed her mother, ruined her own life, and damned her father's soul. So when her half-brother Edward dies, Mary, now a woman of 37, acts with a courage no one expected. She escapes to the countryside and rallies her supporters, the people of England, many of whom are still Catholic at heart, and who respect her as Henry's true-born heir, flock to her banner. The plot to install Lady Jane Grey collapses, and Mary rides into London in a wave of popular triumph. She is the first undisputed queen regnant in English history, a woman ruling in her own right. For a moment, her story is a fairy tale, the wronged princess who has against all odds claimed her rightful crown. But Mary has not come to the throne to simply rule. She has come to save her country's soul. Her single, all-consuming mission is to undo the damage done by her father and brother, to heal the schism, and to lead England back into the warm, comforting embrace of the Roman Catholic Church. At first, she is cautious. She repeals the Protestant laws of her brother's reign and restores the old Latin Mass. But she is met with a stubborn, entrenched Protestant resistance from a powerful minority in London and the southeast. Her attempts at gentle persuasion fail. Her frustration grows. She then makes a catastrophic political error. Against the advice of her own counsellors, she announces her intention to marry Prince Philip of Spain, the son of the Holy Roman Emperor. The marriage is a disaster on every level. The English people are deeply suspicious of the Spanish, fearing their new queen will turn England into a mere satellite of the powerful Habsburg dynasty. Philip himself is a cold, humorless, and fanatically devout Catholic who has little affection for his older English wife or her damp provincial country. Ironically, because they were related, the marriage required a special dispensation from the Pope, a recognition of the very papal authority her father had fought so bitterly to deny. The marriage is a loveless failure, and worse, it produces no children, which Mary desperately craves to secure a Catholic succession. She suffers at least 2 phantom pregnancies, a deeply sad and humiliating public ordeal for the lonely queen. Isolated, childless, and feeling betrayed by her own people's ingratitude, Mary turns to more forceful methods to achieve her sacred goal. She and her chief religious advisor, Cardinal Pole, decide that the only way to stamp out heresy is to revive the old heresy laws. The punishment for a confirmed heretic who refuses to recant is to be publicly burned at the stake. In the winter of 1555, the burnings begin. This is where the tragic princess becomes Bloody Mary. Over the next 3.5 years, nearly 300 people, bishops, priests, simple artisans and farm laborers, men and women alike, are condemned and executed in the fires of the Marian persecutions. The goal is to terrify the Protestants into submission. But it has the exact opposite effect. The victims, by and large, die with incredible bravery, becoming martyrs for their faith. You can almost hear the famous defiant cry of the Protestant bishop Hugh Latimer, who, as the flames licked at his feet, is said to have called out to his fellow bishop, "Play the man, Master Ridley. We shall this day light such a candle by God's grace in England as I trust shall never be put out." He was right. The burnings were a catastrophic failure in public relations. The sight of their neighbours being burned alive for their beliefs horrified many ordinary English people, hardening their hearts not against Protestantism, but against the Queen and the Catholic faith she was trying to reimpose. This leads to the great historical debate about Mary herself. Was she a bloodthirsty fanatic who delighted in the suffering of heretics, as the hugely influential Protestant propaganda book, Fox's Book of Martyrs, would later claim? Or was she a principled, if tragically misguided, ruler, acting out of a genuine belief that she was saving the souls of her people from eternal damnation? She was using a punishment for heresy that was common across Catholic Europe, a punishment she believed was a terrible but necessary form of spiritual surgery. Her final years are bleak. Her husband Philip has effectively abandoned her. Her phantom pregnancies have left her a figure of pity and ridicule. And in a final crushing blow, England loses the port of Calais, its last remaining territory in France, which falls to a French attack. "When I am dead and opened," she is reported to have said, "you shall find Calais lying in my heart." She dies in 1558, a broken and bitterly disappointed woman, hated by many of her subjects, convinced that she has failed God and her kingdom. Her 5-year reign, which began with such promise, had been a tragic disaster. And in her desperate, bloody attempt to secure a Catholic England, she had in fact ensured its opposite, paving the perfect path for the Protestant succession of her shrewd and patient half-sister, Elizabeth. Section 16. You are standing in the cold, damp chapel of St. James's Palace in London. You have just witnessed the lonely, tragic death of Queen Mary I, a ruler whose unbending Catholic faith, forged in the crucible of her own childhood trauma, led her to a legacy of fire and blood. Her story is a stark warning of how absolute conviction, tempered by pragmatism, can lead to disaster. Now we cross the English Channel to France, where we will meet another Catholic queen, a contemporary of Mary's, who faced the very same challenge, a kingdom tearing itself apart over religion. But this queen was no fanatic. She was a pragmatist, a political survivor, and her methods were not those of the public pyre, but of the secret council and the assassin's hidden dagger. Our journey takes us to the French court of the mid-16th century. It is a place of glittering sophistication, but beneath the silken surface, it is a snake pit of factional rivalry and simmering religious hatred. And at its center is a woman who for decades was considered a nobody. Her name is Catherine de' Medici. She is an Italian, a great-granddaughter of Lorenzo the Magnificent, from the fabulously wealthy but non-royal Medici banking family of Florence. She was married off as a teenager to the second son of the French king, and the proud French aristocracy never let her forget her shopkeeper origins. They mock her Italian accent and look down on her as an outsider. For years you watch her endure a long and humiliating political winter. Her husband, who becomes King Henry II, openly prefers his stunning and powerful mistress, Diane de Poitiers, to his plain foreign wife. Catherine's primary duty is to produce heirs, and for the first 10 years of her marriage, she fails to conceive, living in constant fear that she will be repudiated and sent home in disgrace. She is politically powerless, a quiet, watchful shadow in her own court. Then, in the summer of 1559, fate intervenes in the most dramatic way imaginable. During a tournament celebrating a royal wedding, her husband, the athletic King Henry II, is taking part in a joust. A splinter from his opponent's lance drives through the visor of his helmet and into his eye, piercing his brain. After 10 days of agony, he dies. It is a fatal case of workplace injury that changes the course of French history. Catherine's sickly 16-year-old son, Francis II, is now king. And she, the overlooked Italian, is now the Queen Mother. When Francis dies, just a year later, her 10-year-old son, Charles IX, inherits the throne. Now her position is unassailable. She is the regent, the effective ruler of France. The woman who spent 2 decades in the shadows is now in absolute control. And the kingdom she inherits is a ticking time bomb. The Protestant Reformation, which has ripped through Germany and England, has taken root in France. The French Protestants, known as the Huguenots, are a powerful and well-organized minority, counting many influential nobles among their number. The Catholic majority, led by the ultra-powerful and ambitious Guise family, is determined to crush this heresy. The country is sliding inexorably towards a series of brutal civil wars, the French Wars of Religion. Catherine's overriding goal is not like Mary Tudor's to achieve a spiritual victory. Her goal is survival. The survival of the Valois monarchy and the survival of her sons on the throne. For years, she plays a masterful and dangerous game of political balancing. You see her walking a tightrope between the two factions one day, granting concessions to the Huguenots to anger the Guises, the next siding with the Catholics to put the Protestants in their place. She is a consummate pragmatist, guided by politics, not piety. But the wars continue, a bloody cycle of battles, atrocities, and fragile truces. By the summer of 1572, Catherine is ready to make her boldest move for peace. She orchestrates a marriage that is supposed to heal the wounds of the kingdom. She will marry her own Catholic daughter, Marguerite de Valois, to the leading Huguenot prince, the young and charismatic Henry of Navarre. To celebrate this union, the entire Huguenot nobility is invited to Paris. You can feel the tense, hopeful atmosphere in the city as the Protestant lords in their austere black clothing mingle uneasily with the colourfully dressed Catholic courtiers. For a moment, it seems that peace might finally be possible. It is a peace that will last for less than a week. A few days after the wedding, an assassin makes an attempt on the life of the most powerful Huguenot leader, the brilliant and respected Admiral Gaspard de Coligny. The assassin only manages to wound him, blowing a finger off one hand and shattering his other elbow. The Huguenots are enraged. They crowd the streets demanding justice and openly blaming the rival Guise family, hinting that the royal family itself might be complicit. They threaten to take matters into their own hands. The atmosphere in Paris curdles from celebration to paranoia. You are now in a secret, frantic meeting in the Louvre Palace. The Catholic leaders are panicking. The king, the weak-willed and easily influenced Charles IX, is terrified. And Catherine de' Medici sees her carefully constructed peace collapsing into a new and even more dangerous war, one that might be fought right there in the streets of Paris. It is here that a terrible decision is made. According to the traditional story, Catherine convinces her son that their only option is a preemptive strike. To save the kingdom, they must eliminate the Huguenot leadership before the Huguenots eliminate them. The plan is for a quick surgical assassination of Admiral de Coligny and a few dozen other Huguenot nobles. The deeply stressed King Charles supposedly breaks down and gives his infamous chilling consent: kill them all, so that not one is left to reproach me. In the pre-dawn hours of August the 24th, St. Bartholomew's Day, The plan is put into action. The church bells of Paris begin to ring the prearranged signal. A group of assassins, led by the Duke of Guise, storms Admiral de Coligny's lodgings, murdering the wounded old man in his bed and throwing his body out of a window. The killing of the other Huguenot leaders begins simultaneously. But the plan for a surgical strike goes horribly catastrophically wrong. The Catholic mobs of Paris, whipped into a frenzy by years of anti-Protestant preaching, hear the bells and see the killing of the nobles. They take it as a license, a royal command to purge the city of all heretics. The planned assassination turns into a city-wide massacre. For 3 days, Paris is consumed by an orgy of slaughter. Neighbors murder neighbors. Men, women and children are dragged from their homes and butchered in the streets. The river Seine runs red with blood and is choked with bodies. The violence then spreads like a virus to a dozen other cities across France. It is a betrayal of hospitality on a monstrous scale, and it will become the single most infamous atrocity of the European wars of religion. It was by any measure the worst wedding reception in history. This brings us to the great question that has shadowed Catherine ever since. What was her true role? Was the massacre a long premeditated plot, a trap for which the wedding was merely the bait, as Protestant writers would claim for centuries? Or was it a desperate, panicked decision made in a moment of extreme crisis, a gamble that spiraled out of her control with terrifying speed? Historians continue to argue whether she was the cold-blooded architect of the slaughter or if she simply lit a match in a powder keg. Whatever her intention, the result was a disaster. The St. Bartholomew's Day massacre did not end the wars. It reignited them with a new and savage bitterness. Catherine de' Medici, the ultimate political survivor, would continue to plot and scheme through the reigns of her 2 other sons, but her reputation was forever blackened. She would be remembered not as the preserver of the French monarchy, but as the Serpent Queen, the Machiavellian Italian who invited her enemies to a wedding and turned it into a bloodbath. You are standing in the blood-spattered streets of Paris, the church bells of St. Bartholomew's Day ringing in your ears. You have seen the terrifying outcome of Catherine de' Medici's political pragmatism, a calculated act of violence that spiraled into a national atrocity. Her story is one of a ruler obsessed with the gritty, bloody reality of holding on to power. Now we will journey east to the heart of the Holy Roman Empire to meet a ruler who represents the exact opposite. We will visit the court of an emperor so completely detached from political reality, so utterly absorbed in his own private world of magic, art and science, that his neglect would prove just as catastrophic as any massacre. Our journey takes us to the end of the 16th century and the beautiful brooding city of Prague. The city is the capital of Bohemia, but it has also become the new heart of the sprawling, politically complex and religiously fractured Holy Roman Empire. The Protestant Reformation has split the empire into a patchwork of Catholic and Lutheran states, and a fragile peace is beginning to fray at the edges. A storm is gathering, the one that will become the 30 Years' War, but for now there is an eerie, deceptive calm. And sitting at the center of it all is the emperor himself, Rudolf II of the House of Habsburg. To understand Rudolf, you have to know that he was a strange and melancholy man from the start. As a youth, he was sent to be educated at the court of his uncle, the fanatically devout and famously grim King Philip II of Spain. The rigid, somber and deeply suspicious atmosphere of the Spanish court seems to have permanently marked him. When he returns to Central Europe to become emperor, he is withdrawn, secretive and deeply distrustful of those around him, especially his own family. One of his first major decisions is to move the imperial court from the bustling political hub of Vienna to the mystical, magical city of Prague. And it is here, in the vast labyrinthine complex of Prague Castle, high on a hill overlooking the city, that he will build his own private universe. While other kings and emperors are busy with politics, treaties, and wars, Rudolf's idea of governing is more like a grand project of collecting. He becomes the most obsessive and brilliant collector of his age. You are now walking through the halls of his castle, and it is less a center of government and more the world's greatest museum and laboratory. He pours the imperial treasury into acquiring art, becoming the patron of painters like Giuseppe Arcimboldo, who creates for him those famously bizarre portraits made of fruits, flowers, and vegetables. He amasses a collection of masterpieces by Dürer, Bruegel, and Titian that is the envy of Europe. His curiosity is boundless. He is fascinated by the natural world, and he creates a vast Kunstkammer, a cabinet of curiosities filled with wonders from all over the globe. You see rare minerals, exotic seashells, ostrich eggs, and the horn of a narwhal, which he of course believes to be from a unicorn. He has a private zoo filled with lions, tigers, and even a dodo, until it supposedly drinks itself to death on wine. He is fascinated by science and becomes the patron of two of the greatest astronomers in history. You can see them here in Prague working under his protection. The eccentric Danish nobleman Tycho Brahe with his prosthetic nose made of brass and his brilliant young assistant Johannes Kepler. It is here, using Brahe's meticulous observations, that Kepler will develop his revolutionary laws of planetary motion, forever changing our understanding of the cosmos. But Rudolf's true passion, the obsession that will come to define his reign, lies in a shadow world where science and magic bleed into one another. He is utterly captivated by the occult. You see him in his private chambers, surrounded not by ministers and ambassadors, but by alchemists, astrologers, and mystics from all over Europe. He is on a desperate, lifelong quest to uncover the deepest secrets of the universe. He funds dozens of alchemical laboratories in a part of the castle that becomes known as the Golden Lane, all of them working furiously on the great work, the discovery of the Philosopher's Stone, a mythical substance that could turn base metals into gold and grant eternal life. His court becomes a magnet for occultists and charlatans, including the famous English duo John Dee and his scryer Edward Kelly, who claim to speak with angels. It is by any measure the world's weirdest and most expensive think tank. This is Rudolf's world. Inside his castle, he is surrounded by beauty, genius, and mystery. He is decoding the secrets of the heavens and trying to unlock the key to immortality. But while the emperor is gazing at the stars or trying to turn lead into gold, his earthly empire is crumbling. Outside the castle walls, the political and religious situation is deteriorating rapidly. The long Turkish war is raging on his eastern border. The delicate peace between Catholics and Protestants within the empire is breaking down, with both sides forming hostile military alliances. His own Habsburg family is in a state of panic. The emperor refuses to attend to matters of state, he refuses to listen to his advisors, he refuses to get married and produce an heir, and he is becoming more and more reclusive, sinking into long bouts of what was called melancholy, but what we would recognize today as severe depression. And this is the nature of Rudolf's wickedness. It is not the active cruelty of a Vlad the Impaler or the fanatical zeal of an Isabella. It is the profound, catastrophic wickedness of neglect. His refusal to rule, his complete abdication of his imperial responsibilities, creates a dangerous power vacuum in the heart of Europe. His own ambitious brother Matthias eventually leads the rest of the Habsburg family in a revolt against him, stripping him of his power piece by piece until he is left with control over little more than his own castle. This leads to the great historical debate about Rudolf II. Was he a clinically mad ruler, a victim of the hereditary mental illness that ran through the Habsburg line? Or was he a misunderstood Renaissance man, a brilliant patron of the arts and sciences who was simply born into the wrong job? A reclusive scholar who was temperamentally unsuited for the brutal, dreary business of politics? Whatever the answer, his end is a pathetic one. You see him in his final years, a virtual prisoner in Prague Castle, stripped of all real power, wandering through his priceless collection of wonders, a lonely king of a private imaginary kingdom. He dies in 1612, just as his brother Matthias is finalizing his overthrow. Within 6 years of his death, the long simmering tensions he had ignored for so long will finally explode, plunging the German lands and much of Europe into the 30 Years' War. A conflict of such unparalleled devastation that it would kill nearly a third of the empire's population. Rudolf II had spent his reign searching for the secret of eternal life. But his legacy was to be one of death on an unimaginable scale, a cautionary tale of a ruler who built a cabinet of wonders and left behind a continent in flames. You are standing in the quiet, dusty workshops of Prague Castle, the scent of alchemical fires and old parchment in the air. You have just left the court of Emperor Rudolf II, a brilliant but reclusive man whose paranoia drove him to withdraw from the world, leaving his empire to drift into chaos. His was a madness of inaction. Now we travel north to the cold shores of the Baltic Sea to meet another highly intelligent, artistic, and deeply troubled Renaissance king. But this king's paranoia will not lead him to withdraw. It will lead him to lash out with his own hands in an act of violence that will shatter his reign and his kingdom. Our journey takes us to 16th century Sweden. This is a kingdom on the rise, a new power in the north. Under its brilliant and ruthless founding, King Gustav Vasa, Sweden has broken free from Danish domination and is beginning to forge its own empire. When the old king dies, the throne passes to his eldest son, Eric XIV. And just like the young Henry VIII, Eric seems at first to be the perfect Renaissance prince. He is tall, handsome, and highly intelligent. He is fluent in several languages. He is a gifted musician and composer, and he is a student of art, history, and astrology. He is ambitious and has a grand vision for Sweden as the dominant power in the Baltic region. But from the very beginning, you can see the seeds of instability in the young king. He has a deeply suspicious and anxious nature. The world to him is a web of conspiracies, and he sees potential enemies everywhere. He is especially paranoid about his two ambitious half-brothers, John and Charles, who have been given large duchies to rule, and whom he suspects of plotting to usurp his throne. He is also under immense stress from the complex and expensive Livonian War, a multi-sided conflict over territory on the southern shores of the Baltic. The pressures of ruling begin to weigh heavily on his fragile mind. His paranoia soon begins to fixate on the powerful Swedish nobility, the high-born aristocrats, who he believes resent his authority and are secretly conspiring with his enemies. His suspicions come to center on one of the most powerful families in the realm, the Stures. They are a proud and respected clan, but in Eric's mind, they are the leaders of a vast conspiracy to murder him and seize the crown. In the spring of 1567, the king's paranoia boils over into action. He orders the arrest of several leading noblemen, including the elderly and widely respected patriarch of the Sture family, Svante, and his two sons, Nils and Erik. They are thrown into the dungeons of Uppsala Castle and accused of treason. The trial that follows is a farce. The prosecutor is a man known to be the king's creature, and the evidence is flimsy based on the testimony of known criminals and Eric's own paranoid interpretations of astrological charts. It is not a model of due process. The nobles are found guilty, but the court, perhaps realizing the absurdity of the charges, hesitates to pass a sentence of death. It is at this moment that King Eric's mind completely unravels. You are in Uppsala Castle. The king has been working himself into a state of extreme agitation, pacing the halls, muttering to himself. He receives a delegation of clergymen who try to calm him, but their words have no effect. Suddenly, in a fit of uncontrollable rage, he rushes to the dungeons. You see him enter the cell of the young Nils Sture, a man who had previously been a friend. Eric confronts him, speaking to him in a rambling, agitated way. For a moment, it seems the king might be calming down. He even asks Nils for forgiveness. Then, just as suddenly, the madness returns. Screaming, he pulls out a dagger and stabs the unarmed young noble in the chest. After striking the first fatal blow, Eric seems to lose all remaining control of his senses. His guards taking the king's action as a signal rush into the dungeons and carry out a brutal slaughter, killing the aged Svante Sture and the other imprisoned lords. Eric IV, King of Sweden, has become a murderer with his own hands. The aftermath of the violence is as bizarre as the act itself. The moment the bloody deed is done, the king's fury evaporates, replaced by a wave of crushing guilt and terror. He flees the castle, still wearing the blood-stained clothes from the murder, and runs into the nearby woods where he wanders for days, dressed as a commoner, his mind completely gone. He is eventually found a pathetic, rambling figure and brought back. The king's madness, once a matter of court whispers, is now a horrifying public spectacle. In his moments of lucidity and in the depths of his madness, there is only one person who can bring him any comfort. She is not a princess or a noblewoman. She is a common soldier's daughter, a beautiful, gentle girl named Karin Monsdotter. He had taken her as his mistress when she was a teenager, and his genuine love for her is the one constant in his chaotic life. While his paranoia consumes his relationships with his family and his nobles, his devotion to Karin never wavers. In a move that utterly scandalizes the remaining aristocracy, a year after the Sture murders, he officially marries Karin and has her crowned Queen of Sweden. But this romantic gesture cannot save his throne. His half-brothers John and Charles have been watching his erratic behavior, and they see their chance. They raise an army and lead a rebellion against the king. The nobility, horrified by the murders and alienated by his marriage to a commoner, flock to their side. Eric's support collapses, and he is captured and deposed. This brings us to the complex question of the king's mind. Historians and psychologists have long debated the nature of Eric's mental illness, with diagnoses ranging from schizophrenia to severe bipolar disorder, possibly exacerbated by the immense pressures of the crown. The debate also touches on whether his paranoia was entirely delusional, or if in the treacherous world of 16th century court politics, where his own father had ruthlessly crushed his enemies to take the throne, Eric had some genuine reasons to fear the powerful nobles and his ambitious brothers. His end is a sad and lonely one. He spends the last 9 years of his life as a royal prisoner, moved from one castle to another to prevent any rescue attempts. He is kept in harsh conditions, his health failing, his mind still tormented. Finally, in 1577, he dies in his cell. The official cause of death is not recorded, but the enduring tradition, supported by modern forensic examination of his remains, is that he was poisoned on the orders of his brother, the new King John III. His last meal was a bowl of pea soup laced with a fatal dose of arsenic. It was a less than royal way to go. The story of Eric IV is the story of another brilliant Renaissance prince, a man of great promise, whose mind became his own worst enemy, whose paranoia turned him into a killer, and whose reign ended not with a bang, but with a poisoned spoon. You are in a cold stone cell in a Swedish castle, the faint taste of arsenic and pea soup in the air. You have just witnessed the sad end of King Eric XIV, a gifted Renaissance man whose mind was a prison of paranoia, a labyrinth from which he could never escape. His was a madness that led to violence and his own destruction. Now we will travel south and east to the opulent heart of a mighty empire to meet a ruler whose madness was not born in his mind, but was deliberately cultivated in him by the very system designed to protect his dynasty. We are going to enter a gilded cage. Our journey takes us to the 17th century and the sprawling, magnificent Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, the nerve center of the Ottoman Empire. For centuries, the Ottomans had a brutal but effective solution to the problem of succession. To prevent the bloody civil wars that had plagued the empire's early history, Sultan Mehmed the Conqueror had established the law of fratricide. When a new sultan came to the throne, his first duty was to have all of his brothers and half-brothers executed by the royal deaf mutes, usually with a silk cord, to avoid the shedding of royal blood. It was a savage but practical way to ensure a stable transfer of power. By the early 17th century, this practice was seen as a bit too barbaric. So, a more humane solution was devised. Instead of being killed, the brothers of the reigning sultan were now to be confined for life. They were placed in a luxurious suite of apartments deep within the palace harem, a place that came to be known as the Cafes the Cage. It was the world's most luxurious and terrifying prison. The princes lived in splendor, surrounded by every comfort, but they were cut off from the world with no training in government or military affairs and under constant surveillance. And they lived every single day of their lives with the knowledge that the executioners could arrive at any moment. It is in this gilded cage that you meet a young prince named Ibrahim. He is the younger brother of the reigning sultan, the formidable and ruthless Murad IV. Murad is a throwback to the old ways. He has several of his other brothers executed, and Ibrahim survives only because his mother, the powerful Kösem Sultan, intercedes for him. But survival comes at a terrible price. For 22 years, from the age of 2 until he is a grown man, Ibrahim lives in the cage. You watch as his entire world is confined to a few beautiful rooms and a small courtyard. His only companions are a handful of servants and deaf mutes. He spends 2 decades in a state of absolute terror, starting at every shadow, jumping at every unexpected sound, certain that each day will be his last. This prolonged psychological torture systematically destroys his mind. Then, in 1640, Sultan Murad dies from illness, leaving no surviving son. The only male left in the entire Ottoman dynasty is the man in the cage, Ibrahim. The highest officials of the empire, led by the Grand Vizier, go to the cafes to inform Ibrahim that he is now the sultan of the most powerful empire in the Islamic world. But Ibrahim's mind is so broken, so consumed by terror, that he cannot believe them. You are there for one of history's strangest accessions to power. He sees the great ministers of state approaching and is convinced they are the execution squad he has been expecting his entire life. He barricades the door and refuses to come out. The officials plead with him, but he will not listen. Finally, in desperation, they have to bring his mother, the Valide Sultan, to speak to him through the door. And even her words are not enough. To finally prove that his brother is dead and the throne is truly his, they have to bring the cold-shrouded corpse of Sultan Murad and lay it outside his door. Only then, trembling and uncertain, does Ibrahim emerge from the cage to become the ruler of the Ottoman Empire. It was perhaps the worst promotion in history. Having been starved of human contact, freedom and sensory experience for his entire adult life, Ibrahim, once on the throne, goes on a frantic binge. His reign is not one of calculated policy or military campaigns. It is an explosion of repressed desire and bizarre obsession. He completely ignores the governance of the empire, leaving it in the hands of his mother and his Grand Vizier. His own time is devoted entirely to the pursuit of pleasure. His main obsession is the imperial harem. You see him spending days and nights there, indulging in endless festivals and games. He is not just promiscuous, he is pathologically obsessed. He has a morbid fascination with fat women, and you see him dispatching his agents across the empire with the singular mission of finding the most obese woman in his domains to bring back to his harem. He develops a passion for sable fur, a taste so expensive that he has entire rooms in the palace lined with the precious pelts, and even forces his provincial governors to pay their taxes in sable. His desire for ambergris, a rare and costly perfume ingredient, is so insatiable that he nearly starts a naval war over a ship rumored to be carrying a large quantity of it. His court becomes a theater of the bizarre, a place where the whims of a traumatized mind are the law of the land. But his behavior is not just eccentric, it is dangerously erratic. His moods swing wildly, he is prone to fits of rage. And it is in one of these fits that the most infamous and horrifying legend of his reign is born. The story goes that one day, angered by some palace gossip or a perceived act of disobedience, he orders his entire harem, nearly 300 concubines and attendants, to be rounded up, stuffed into weighted sacks, and thrown into the Bosphorus to drown. This brings us to the central debate about his rule. Historians question the extent of Ibrahim's madness and the reliability of the sources that describe his debauchery. Many of the most lurid tales, like the drowning of the harem, were written by his enemies after he was overthrown. The debate centers on whether he was a truly insane ruler, a severely traumatized but still functional individual whose eccentricities were exaggerated, or simply an incompetent monarch who was deliberately portrayed as mad to justify his deposition and murder. Whether clinically insane or just profoundly damaged his reign is a disaster. The endless spending on his pleasures drains the treasury. His capricious decisions and appointments throw the government into chaos. A poorly conceived and costly war against the Venetian Republic over the island of Crete is the final straw. In 1648, after 8 years of his chaotic rule, the elite Janissary corps and the senior religious leaders have had enough. With the secret approval of his own mother, Kozem Sultan, who sees that her son is going to destroy the dynasty she has worked so hard to protect, they revolt. Ibrahim is seized and thrown back into the cage he so desperately feared. 10 days later, the executioners arrive with the silk cord. This time, there is no escape. His story is a dark and tragic testament to a system that, in its attempt to secure the throne, created a monarch so mentally and emotionally shattered that he was incapable of sitting on it. You are standing in the silent, empty apartments of the cafes in Topkapi Palace. You have just witnessed the tragic and bizarre story of Sultan Ibrahim, a man so broken by the psychological torture of his gilded cage that his reign became a chaotic explosion of debauchery and neglect. His was a story of forced isolation. Now we will journey to a place where a ruler chose isolation not just for herself, but for her entire nation. We will travel to an island kingdom where a queen, in the name of tradition and independence, unleashed a reign of terror that was as inventive as it was cruel. Our journey takes us far south off the eastern coast of Africa to the great unique island of Madagascar. We arrive in the early 19th century. The most powerful force on the island is the Merina Kingdom, and its ruler King Radama I is a progressive, forward-thinking monarch. You see him welcoming European traders and diplomats. He is particularly fond of the British missionaries who help him establish a written language, open schools, and introduce new technologies. He is cautiously modernizing his kingdom, trying to engage with the wider world on his own terms. But as you look around his court, you can feel a deep undercurrent of resentment. Many of the traditional nobles and military leaders are horrified by these changes. They see the missionaries not as teachers, but as a threat to the ancient customs and the power of the ancestral spirits. And the most fervent traditionalist of all is one of the king's own wives. Her name is Ramavo. She is a woman from outside the noble class, a staunch believer in the old ways, who watches the growing influence of the foreigners and their strange new religion with a cold fury. In 1828, the modernizing King Radama dies suddenly without a clear successor in place. Before the reformist faction at court can act, Ramavo, with the backing of the traditionalist military commanders, stages a swift, ruthless, and brutally effective coup. It is a hostile takeover of the kingdom's management. She eliminates anyone with a stronger claim to the throne, the late king's mother, his brothers, his designated heir, and emerges from the bloody chaos as the new absolute ruler of the Merina Kingdom. She takes a new name, a name of power, Ranavalona Furs. From her very first day on the throne, her mission is crystal clear. She will undo every single one of Radama's reforms. She will purge Madagascar of all foreign influence and return it to the traditions of its ancestors. You are there as she gives her first public speech, her coronation address. She makes a chilling promise to her people: she will not rule like Radama. She declares, "Never say she is only a weak and ignorant woman. How can she rule such a vast empire? I will rule here to the good of my people and the glory of my name. I will worship no other gods than those of my ancestors. The ocean shall be the boundary of my realm, and I will not cede the thickness of one hair of my realm." She is as good as her word. Her reign is a systematic 33-year-long project of turning the clock backwards. She nullifies the treaties with Britain and France. She ends the export of goods and puts impossibly high tariffs on any imports, effectively cutting off her kingdom from the world economy. Her goal is complete self-sufficiency. To staff her growing army and build her palaces and public works without the benefit of foreign trade, she relies on a system of forced unpaid labor known as Fanompoana. You see her subjects conscripted by the tens of thousands, forced to work on government projects, often far from their homes, with little food or shelter. It is a death sentence for many who perish from starvation, disease, and exhaustion. But her most venomous hatred is reserved for the new religion that had taken root under her predecessor Christianity. She sees it as the ultimate symbol of foreign corruption, a cult that encourages her people to worship a foreign god instead of the ancestral spirits, and by extension, instead of her, their divinely appointed queen. In 1835, she issues an edict banning the practice of Christianity for all her subjects. The Malagasy Christians are now outlaws. A brutal kingdom-wide persecution begins. You see them hunted down, forced to renounce their faith. Those who refuse are subjected to punishments of appalling cruelty. They are poisoned, sold into slavery, thrown into pits, or taken to the top of a sacred cliff overlooking a valley, and with their families forced to watch, are dangled on ropes that are then cut one by one. To enforce her will and to root out all crime and dissent, Ranavalona relies on a traditional and terrifying form of trial by ordeal. It is called the Tangena ordeal, and it becomes the defining feature of her reign. It is a justice system with a rather high fail rate. You see an accused person, perhaps a Christian, perhaps a thief, perhaps someone merely accused by a rival, brought before a royal official. They are forced to swallow 3 small pieces of chicken skin. Then they are force-fed a poison derived from the nut of the local Tangena shrub. The logic of the ordeal is simple. If the accused is innocent, the gods will allow them to vomit up all 3 pieces of chicken skin and they will live. If they die from the poison, or if they vomit but fail to produce all 3 pieces of skin, their guilt is proven. This becomes her ultimate tool of terror. The Tangena ordeal is used on a massive scale for any and all perceived crimes. Entire villages are sometimes forced to undergo it. The poison is notoriously unpredictable, with a mortality rate of at least 50%, and some estimates are much higher. Throughout her long reign, it is thought that the Tangena ordeal killed well over 100,000 people, a staggering number in a kingdom of only 2 million. This brings us to the complex legacy of the Queen, who European visitors would call Ranavalona the Mad, or the female Caligula. The accounts written by the few horrified foreigners who witnessed her reign paint a picture of a monstrous, bloodthirsty, and insane tyrant. However, modern and Malagasy historians offer a more nuanced view. They debate whether she was a truly mad queen or a pragmatic, if exceptionally ruthless, nationalist leader. Was her reign an act of insanity, or was it a desperate, violent, and ultimately successful attempt to resist the tide of European colonialism that was swallowing up the rest of Africa? She saw what was happening in the world, and she put up the ultimate "do not disturb" sign. And in this, her primary goal, she was successful. During her 33-year reign, while other nations fell to the French and the British, Madagascar remained fiercely, defiantly independent. But the price of that independence was staggering. She left behind a kingdom that was isolated, impoverished, and technologically decades behind the rest of the world. And the human cost was almost beyond comprehension. It is estimated that her purges, her system of forced labor, and her beloved Tangena ordeal were responsible for the deaths of as many as 1 million people, nearly half the population of her kingdom. She was a true patriot, perhaps, but she was also, by any measure, one of the most brutal and deadly rulers in all of history. Section 21. You are standing on a high cliff in Madagascar, the wind carrying the ghosts of those who fell in the name of Queen Ranavalona's brutal isolationist vision. Her reign was a fortress, a kingdom sealed off from the world by a wall of terror, all in the name of preserving a traditional way of life. Now we leave her bloody, self-imposed isolation and journey to a kingdom in the heart of Europe. We will meet a king who also sought to retreat from the world, but his fortress was not one of terror and tradition. It was a fortress of fantasy, a kingdom of dreams built of plaster and stone, a personal escape that would prove just as ruinous as any reign of cruelty. Our journey takes us to the latter half of the 19th century and the Kingdom of Bavaria in southern Germany. This is a land of breathtaking alpine scenery, of misty mountains and deep, serene lakes. But it is also a kingdom struggling to find its place in a new modern world. The age of romance and chivalry is long dead, replaced by the age of industry nationalism and the harsh militaristic pragmatism of the rising power of Prussia. And on the throne of this kingdom sits a young man who is tragically, romantically, and dangerously out of time. His name is Ludwig II. He ascends to the throne at the age of 18, and he is a figure straight out of a fairy tale. He is impossibly handsome, tall and dark, with soulful, brooding eyes. But you can see from the start that he is not cut out for the dreary business of 19th century politics. He hates crowds, he despises the mundane work of government, and he finds the modern world to be coarse, ugly, and disappointing. His heart and his mind belong to another world, a world of myth art and absolute beauty. He believes kingship should be about all of the fantasy and none of the paperwork. His one all-consuming passion is the music of the controversial and brilliant composer Richard Wagner. Ludwig doesn't just admire Wagner, he worships him. He sees in Wagner's epic myth-drenched operas tales of swan knights, holy grails, and tragic Norse gods a truer, more noble reality than the one he is forced to inhabit. One of his very first acts as king is to summon his debt-ridden exiled idol to Munich. He pays off Wagner's debts, gives him a generous stipend, and promises to fund the production of his magnificent and fabulously expensive operas. For a time, the young king has found his soulmate, the high priest of the fantasy world he so desperately wants to live in. But the real world keeps intruding. Bavaria is dragged into a war alongside Austria against the mighty Prussians and is swiftly defeated. A few years later, it is forced to join the new German Empire, a creation dominated by the Prussian Kaiser. Ludwig has become a vassal, a junior partner in a modern militarized state he despises. This is his final breaking point. He effectively gives up on being a king in any practical sense. He retreats from his capital city of Munich and from public life altogether, becoming a reclusive phantom who rules when he must by sending notes from afar. He pours all his energy, his passion, and his dwindling personal fortune into a new, spectacular obsession. He will build his fantasy world. He will turn Wagner's myths into architecture. And so begins one of the most extravagant and beautiful building sprees in history. You follow him high into the Bavarian Alps to a rugged cliff overlooking his father's castle. It is here that he begins construction on his most famous creation, Neuschwanstein. This is not a castle designed for defense. It is a castle designed as a theatrical stage set. With its soaring white towers, its romantic turrets, and its breathtaking location, it is the physical embodiment of a fairy tale. You walk its halls, and you see that every room is a tribute to a Wagnerian opera covered in magnificent murals of scenes from Lohengrin and Parsifal. It even contains a massive artificial indoor cave, a grotto complete with a waterfall and colored lights designed to replicate a scene from Tannhäuser. It is this castle, the dream of a lonely king, that a certain Walt Disney would one day see and use as the model for Sleeping Beauty's castle. But he is not finished. A few valleys over, he builds Linderhof Palace. It is a small, gilded jewel box, an opulent tribute not to German myth, but to the French Sun King Louis XIV, whom Ludwig idolized as the last true, absolute monarch. The palace is a riot of rococo gold leaf and mirrors, but it too is filled with Ludwig's fantastical escapes. He builds another, even more spectacular Venus grotto in the park, a huge artificial cavern with a lake where he would be rowed about in a gilded shell-shaped boat while listening to music. He also commissions a wishing table, a dining table that could be set in the kitchens below and then winched up into his private dining room so he wouldn't have to suffer the presence of servants. His final, most grandiose project is Herrenchiemsee. On a beautiful island in the middle of a lake, Ludwig sets out to build a full-scale replica of his idol's Palace Versailles. It is an act of breathtaking ambition and spectacular expense. He builds a hall of mirrors that is even slightly longer and more opulent than the original, a solid gold bed and a staircase of marble. It was a spectacularly expensive and unfinished tribute act. He only spent a handful of nights in the palace, and it was never completed. This brings us to the wickedness of the fairy tale king. It is not a wickedness of blood or terror, but of a profound and self-indulgent irresponsibility. He is bankrupting himself and is trying to borrow so much money from other European royal houses that he is threatening the financial stability of his own kingdom, all to fund his private theatricals. He becomes a true eccentric, sleeping all day and living at night, taking elaborate torchlit sleigh rides through the snow in historical costumes, and holding elaborate dinner parties where places are set for the long-dead French kings and queens with whom he would hold imaginary conversations. Finally, in 1886, his government ministers can take no more. They see a king who refuses to govern, whose debts are a looming national crisis, and whose behavior has become dangerously erratic. They decide they have to remove him. They convene a panel of doctors who, without ever personally examining the king, declare him incurably insane based on a collection of second-hand stories and court gossip. This leads to the debate that still surrounds him. Was Ludwig II truly clinically insane, or was he simply a deeply eccentric, introverted, and possibly homosexual monarch in an era that had no tolerance for such things? Was he a poetic soul who was declared mad by his ministers in a convenient political coup to get him off the throne? The end of his story is as mysterious and tragic as his life. The commission arrives at Neuschwanstein to take him into custody. He is placed under guard at the nearby Burg Palace. The very next evening, he and the head of the medical commission, Dr. von Gudden, go for a walk along the shore of Lake Starnberg. They never return. Hours later, their bodies are found in the shallow, waist-deep water. The official story is that Ludwig attacked his doctor and then committed suicide by drowning himself. But the circumstances are deeply suspicious, and the truth of what happened on that dark, rainy night has never been truly known. And so the story of the fairy tale king ends. But here is the final beautiful irony. The mad king who was deposed for bankrupting his kingdom with his useless, self-indulgent castles had in fact created Bavaria's greatest and most enduring treasure. His fantastical creations are now among the most famous tourist destinations in the world, visited by millions of people every year. The most beautiful bankruptcy notice in history now brings in far more money than he ever spent. The king who hated people and hid from the world has in death invited the whole world to come and share in his dreams. You are standing on the misty shores of Lake Starnberg in Bavaria, the mystery of King Ludwig's death hanging in the damp air. His was a story of a monarch who retreated from the world into a private, self-funded fantasy. His wickedness, if you can call it that, was to bankrupt himself in the pursuit of beauty, a crime of spectacular irresponsibility. Now we leave his world of fairy tale castles and enter the modern age. We will meet a king who also built a private kingdom, but his was no fantasy. It was a very real, very profitable and unimaginably horrific empire built on a foundation of greed, deceit, and human suffering on an industrial scale. Our journey takes us to the late 19th century and the small, respectable and rather dull kingdom of Belgium, and on the throne sits a king who seems to match his country's reputation. King Leopold II is a tall, awkward man with a long beard and a formidable nose. To the world, he appears to be the very model of a modern constitutional monarch, a bit boring perhaps, but dedicated to his people and a great philanthropist. He is a king without real power in his own country, and he is deeply frustrated by it. He looks at the other nations of Europe, the great powers like Britain, France, and Germany, and he sees them carving up the globe, growing rich and powerful from their colonial empires. And he wants one for himself. The great prize of the era is Africa, a continent being sliced up and claimed in what has become known as the scramble for Africa. Leopold, representing a small neutral country, knows he cannot simply conquer a colony. So he devises a plan of breathtaking cynicism, a masterstroke of public relations. He will acquire his empire under the guise of humanitarianism. You are at a grand conference in Brussels in 1876. Leopold has invited explorers, geographers, and philanthropists from all over the world. He makes a series of magnificent moving speeches. He talks of the need to bring civilization to the unexplored heart of Africa, the Congo Basin. He speaks passionately about ending the horrific Arab slave trade that still plagues the region. He promises to bring science, free trade, and Christianity to the supposedly benighted peoples of the Congo. He creates a new organization, the International African Association, with himself at its head, to oversee this noble philanthropic mission. It all sounds wonderful. It is all a complete and utter lie. The international community, including the United States, is completely taken in. At the Berlin Conference of 1885, where the European powers formalized their claims to Africa, Leopold's diplomatic maneuvering pays off. They agree to recognize the sovereignty of his humanitarian association over the vast Congo Basin. And here is the truly shocking part. The territory, an area 76 times the size of Belgium, is not given to the nation of Belgium. It is given to King Leopold II, and personally. He becomes the sole owner and absolute monarch of a private country. He calls it the Congo Free State. It is anything but. For the first few years, the colony is a financial disappointment, exporting some ivory, but costing Leopold a fortune. Then a Scottish veterinarian named John Boyd Dunlop reinvents the pneumatic rubber tire. Suddenly, the demand for rubber for new inventions like bicycles and automobiles explodes, and the Congo rainforest is choked with wild rubber vines. Leopold has just hit the jackpot. His personal fiefdom is sitting on a gold mine of red rubber, and he will extract it with a system of forced labor so brutal it stands as one of the great crimes of the modern era. The system is simple and savage. The entire country is turned into a massive slave plantation. Villages are given impossibly high quotas of raw rubber that the men are forced to collect. To enforce these quotas, Leopold creates his own private army, the Force Publique. It is a terrifyingly effective force made up of conscripted Congolese men, often from rival ethnic groups led by white European officers, many of whom are brutal mercenaries. And the methods this army uses to compel the collection of rubber are pure terror. You see a village that has failed to meet its quota. The soldiers of the Force Publique descend. They round up all the women and children, herding them into a crude wooden stockade. Here they will be kept, often starved and brutalized as hostages, until the men of the village bring in the required amount of rubber. This is the central tactic: collective punishment and the holding of families to ransom. But there is another, even more infamous practice. The European officers are worried that their soldiers are wasting expensive bullets hunting animals for food. So they institute a horrifying rule. For every bullet a soldier fires, he must produce proof that it was used to kill a person, a rebel, and the proof required is the victim's right hand. You can see the soldiers returning from their patrols carrying baskets filled with severed human hands to present to their white officers. This system quickly becomes a grotesque currency of its own. When soldiers use a bullet to hunt, or when they can't meet their quota of killings, they will simply find a living person, a man, a woman, a small child, and cut off their hand to make up their tally. The severed hand becomes the enduring symbol of the Congo Free State, proof that Leopold's profit margins were paid for with human flesh. The result is a democide, a mass killing on a scale that is hard to comprehend. Millions of Congolese people die from outright murder, from starvation and exhaustion in the forests, from the diseases that sweep through the hostage pens, and from the brutal punishments meted out by the Force Publique. For years, Leopold successfully hides this horror from the world behind his humanitarian mask. But the truth begins to leak out. Missionaries write horrified letters home. A shipping clerk in Liverpool named Edmund Deany Morel notices a strange discrepancy in the Congo's trade records. He sees ships arriving from the Congo filled to the brim with valuable rubber and ivory, but the ships going back to the Congo carry almost no trade goods. They carry only soldiers' guns and ammunition. He correctly deduces that this is not a trading relationship. It is a slave state. Morel, along with the diplomat Roger Casement, launches what becomes the world's first great international human rights campaign. They use photographs of mutilated children, they publish pamphlets, and they get famous writers like Mark Twain and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle to lend their voices to the cause. While the immense death toll and the brutal methods of Leopold's regime are now undisputed, historians still debate the exact numbers, with most estimates ranging between 5 and 10 million lives lost. The debate also focuses on the nature of the crime. Was it a deliberate genocide, an attempt to wipe out a people? Or was it a democide, a reckless and depraved system of forced labor where the deaths were a direct but secondary consequence of an insatiable, all-consuming drive for profit? The international outcry eventually becomes so great that Leopold can no longer ignore it. In 1908, he is forced to cede his personal kingdom to the Belgian state. He dies a year later, fabulously wealthy, one of the richest men in the world. He never once set foot in the Congo, and he never faced a single day of justice for his crimes. His story is a chilling evolution in our journey through royal depravity, a quiet, modern, bureaucratic evil committed at a distance, hidden behind a smokescreen of philanthropy that unleashed a holocaust in the heart of Africa. You are standing on the banks of a river in the Congo, the ghost of King Leopold's industrial-scale cruelty hanging in the humid air. His was a thoroughly modern evil, a wickedness of spreadsheets and profit margins hidden behind a mask of philanthropy. Now we travel to the last days of another great empire to meet the last of a long and powerful dynasty. Here the evil is not modern or cynical. It is an ancient, tragic story of a ruler so completely out of touch with his people and his time, so insulated by his own divine right, that he allows his empire to be steered toward the abyss by a debauched and illiterate peasant mystic. Our journey takes us to the early 20th century, to the vast, sprawling and deeply troubled Russian Empire. You arrive in a land of stark, irreconcilable contradictions. It is a place of breathtaking art of Tolstoy and Tchaikovsky, of glittering imperial balls in St. Petersburg. But it is also a place of crushing poverty, of a massive oppressed peasantry, and of angry revolutionary ideologies brewing in the new squalid factories. The empire is a colossus on feet of clay, and on its throne sits a man tragically, hopelessly unsuited for the storm that is about to break. His name is Nicholas II, the last of the Romanov Tsars. You see him, and he is not a monster. He is a gentle, deeply religious and devoted family man. He is shy, kind, and by all accounts a loving husband and father. But as a ruler, he is a disaster. He is indecisive, weak-willed, and clings to the outdated belief that he is an autocrat, a ruler chosen by God whose power is absolute and unquestionable. He is the wrong man in the wrong job at the worst possible time in history. And beside him is his wife, the Tsarina Alexandra. She is a granddaughter of England's Queen Victoria, and she is even more devout and even more committed to the idea of autocracy than her husband. She is a shy, anxious woman who is deeply unpopular with the Russian people. They see her as a cold, haughty German, and they resent her immense influence over her gentle, easily swayed husband. Nicholas and Alexandra live in a gilded bubble, almost completely isolated from the realities of the country they rule. But their private world is not a happy one. It is a world of constant, gnawing terror. The source of this terror is their most precious secret, their only son and heir. The little Tsarevich Alexei is a hemophiliac. He has inherited the royal disease through his mother. For him, the slightest bump or fall can trigger an agonizing, unstoppable internal bleed that leaves him screaming in pain for days and brings him to the brink of death. The best doctors in the empire are powerless. You can feel the desperate, suffocating helplessness of the parents, the absolute ruler of 1/6 of the world's landmass, who can do nothing to save his own son. It is this desperation that opens the door to a man who will become the symbol of the dynasty's decay. His name is Grigory Rasputin. He is not a priest or a monk. He is a semi-literate peasant from the wilds of Siberia, a mystic and a faith healer, a starets or holy man. You see him as he first appears at court with long, unkempt hair and a dirty beard, dressed in simple peasant robes, yet possessing a pair of piercing, hypnotic blue eyes that seem to look straight into your soul. He has a reputation as a great spiritual advisor, but also as a great sinner, a drunkard and a womanizer who believes that the path to salvation lies in sinning greatly and then repenting with equal passion. He is, to say the least, a highly unorthodox spiritual advisor. He is introduced to the desperate royal family, and then he performs what they can only describe as a miracle. During one of Alexei's worst bleeding episodes, when the doctors have given up all hope and the last rites have been read, Rasputin is summoned to the boy's bedside. He does not bring medicine. He simply sits with the boy, speaks to him in his calm peasant voice, lays a hand on him and prays. And the bleeding stops. The boy falls into a peaceful, healing sleep. This brings us to the great debate about Rasputin's powers. Historians still argue about what he actually did. Was it a genuine act of faith healing? Was it a form of hypnotism that calmed the frantic child, lowering his blood pressure and allowing the bleeding to slow? Or was his greatest contribution simply convincing the hysterical Tsarina to keep the doctors and their modern but often harmful medicines, like aspirin, which we now know is a blood thinner, away from her son? Whatever the mechanism for the Tsarina, Alexandra, the answer is simple. Rasputin is a man of God, a saint sent from heaven for the sole purpose of saving her beloved son. From that moment on, his position is unassailable. He is our friend, the one indispensable person in the imperial court. And with this access comes a disastrous level of influence. Rasputin's power becomes absolute, especially after 1915, when Tsar Nicholas makes the catastrophic decision to go to the front to personally command the Russian armies in the disastrous First World War. He leaves the Tsarina Alexandra in charge of the government back home. And Alexandra, isolated, unpopular, and utterly dependent on the one man she believes can save her son, turns to Rasputin for advice on everything. The government of the Russian Empire descends into a chaotic farce. You see competent, respected ministers being dismissed because Rasputin disapproves of them. They are replaced by a parade of corrupt, incompetent, or simply bizarre cronies who have gained Rasputin's favor. The situation becomes so unstable it is known as ministerial leapfrog. All the while, scandalous rumors, largely untrue but widely believed, swirl through the country. They say that Rasputin is the Tsarina's lover, that he and his drunken friends hold wild orgies in the palace, that this dirty, debauched peasant is the true ruler of Russia. The last shreds of respect for the Tsar and his family are destroyed. Finally, a group of conservative nobles who see that Rasputin is dragging the monarchy into the abyss decide to take matters into their own hands. In December of 1916, they lure Rasputin to a palace cellar. The story of his murder is as legendary and bizarre as his life. They feed him cakes and wine laced with enough cyanide to kill a dozen men. He eats and drinks, but to their horror, nothing happens. In a panic, they shoot him in the chest. He collapses, but as they are examining the body, he leaps up, his eyes wild, and stumbles out into the courtyard. They chase him down and shoot him again and again, and then beat him savagely with a club before finally tying him up and dumping his body through a hole in the ice of a frozen river. It took an astonishing amount of effort to kill the mad monk, but his death solves nothing. It comes far too late. The government is paralyzed, the cities are starving, the army is on the verge of mutiny, and the people's hatred for the monarchy is at a fever pitch. Removing the strange charismatic symptom has done nothing to cure the terminal disease of the regime. Within 3 months of Rasputin's murder, the Russian Revolution will begin, and the entire 300-year-old Romanov dynasty will be swept away in a tide of blood. Section 24. You are standing in the frozen cellar of a palace in St. Petersburg. The ghost of Rasputin's brutal murder, a testament to the decay at the heart of the Russian Empire. You have just witnessed the end of the Romanovs, a story of high tragedy of a dynasty so disconnected from its people that it was swept away in a revolution that changed the world. Now we travel forward a few decades to another ancient land to witness the end of another long-reigning dynasty. But this story is not a tragedy, it is a farce. We are going to meet the last king of Egypt, a man whose reign was not a bloody drama, but a tragicomedy of spectacular world-class indulgence. Our journey takes us to the Egypt of the mid-20th century. You arrive in a kingdom of dazzling wealth and desperate poverty. In the cities of Cairo and Alexandria, a sophisticated Europeanized aristocracy lives a life of unimaginable luxury. But beyond the palace walls, the vast majority of the Egyptian people live in grinding poverty. The country is officially independent, but it exists under the heavy shadow of British political and military influence. And on the throne sits a young man who, for a brief, shining moment, represents the hope of a new, truly Egyptian future. His name is Farouk. He comes to the throne in 1936 at the age of 16, and he is at first wildly popular. He is a handsome, slim, and charming boy. Unlike his predecessors, he speaks fluent Arabic, and the Egyptian people see him as one of their own. They call him Al-Malik Al-Mahbub, the beloved king. It seems as though a new golden age is about to dawn on the banks of the Nile. That golden age will last for about 5 minutes. It soon becomes terrifyingly clear that the young Farouk has no interest in the difficult business of governing his country. His only real interest is in satisfying his own colossal appetites. And his appetites are the stuff of legend. You watch as the slim, handsome boy king begins to transform. His primary passion is food. He is a glutton of epic proportions. His breakfast might consist of a dozen eggs and several chickens. He develops a legendary thirst for fizzy orange drinks, consuming up to 30 bottles a day. He snacks constantly. He is quite literally the king of carbs. The pounds pack on, and soon the beloved young king has ballooned into a bloated 300-pound caricature of his former self. His other appetites are just as vast. He becomes a notorious playboy, spending months at a time in the nightclubs and casinos of Europe, gambling away a fortune while his people suffer at home. He collects everything: priceless stamps, coins, jewels, Fabergé eggs. His collection of pornography is rumored to be one of the largest in the world. He owns hundreds of suits, thousands of ties, and a fleet of flashy cars, almost all of them bright red. In a move of spectacular pettiness, he issues a decree that no one else in the entire country of Egypt is allowed to own a red car. But his most bizarre and defining characteristic is not his gluttony or his womanizing. It is his kleptomania. The king of Egypt is a compulsive thief. You have to understand, he doesn't steal because he needs the money. He is one of the richest men in the world. He steals for the thrill, for the sheer childish joy of getting away with it. It is not the most diplomatic of hobbies. The stories of his petty thefts are legendary. He is attending the funeral of the Shah of Iran's father, a solemn state occasion. As he pays his respects before the coffin, he manages to pocket the priceless ceremonial sword that was resting on the casket. A frantic behind-the-scenes diplomatic incident ensues, and the sword is quietly returned. The most famous story involves one of the most powerful men in the world. During the Second World War, Winston Churchill is in Cairo for a meeting. He is invited to a banquet with the king. During the dinner, Churchill checks his pocket for his treasured pocket watch, a gift from Queen Anne, and finds it missing. He is furious. A quiet word is passed to British security, who then have a quiet word with the king's attendants. A few minutes later, the watch is discreetly returned with the excuse that the king had merely found it. The Prime Minister of Great Britain had just been pickpocketed by the King of Egypt. His eccentricities grow along with his waistline. He begins to suffer from terrifying nightmares that he is being hunted by lions. After one particularly bad night, he becomes convinced that the only way to stop the dreams is to eliminate the threat. He supposedly takes a machine gun to the Cairo Zoo and personally shoots all of the lions. While the king is busy eating, stealing, and having nightmares, his kingdom is falling apart. The corruption of his government is rampant. The gap between the super-rich and the desperately poor widens into a chasm. And then comes the final humiliation. In 1948, Egypt and other Arab nations go to war with the newly declared State of Israel. The Egyptian army, poorly led and equipped with faulty weapons supplied by corrupt contractors, is decisively defeated. For the proud Egyptian officer corps, this is the ultimate disgrace. They blame their corrupt and incompetent king. This leads us to the central question of Farouk's character. Historians and biographers debate the root of his behavior. Was he simply a spoiled, arrogant brat, a man-child corrupted from a young age by the absolute power and limitless wealth he inherited? Or was his truly bizarre behavior, especially the compulsive stealing and eating, a sign of a deeper psychological disorder, a way of coping with the immense pressures and the lonely reality of his position? Whatever the cause, the end was inevitable. In the summer of 1952, a group of nationalist army officers calling themselves the Free Officers Movement, a group that includes a young charismatic colonel named Gamal Abdel Nasser, launches a bloodless coup. You see them surround Farouk's seaside palace in Alexandria. There are no heroic last stands, no dramatic battles. They simply present the king with an ultimatum: abdicate and leave the country or face the consequences. Farouk, to his credit, does not argue. The party is over. You watch as he signs the abdication papers, packs a few suitcases and boards his magnificent royal yacht, the Marusa. As he prepares to sail into a life of luxurious exile, he has a final, surprisingly insightful conversation with the leaders of the revolution. "Your task will be difficult," he tells them. "It is not easy, you know, to govern Egypt." He sails away to Europe, to Monaco and to Italy, where he will spend the rest of his life doing exactly what he had always done, eating, gambling and chasing women. He dies in a restaurant in Rome in 1965 at the age of 45 after consuming a typically enormous meal. His reign was not a great historical tragedy. It was a pathetic spectacle. He was the king who, through his own spectacular self-indulgence, became a living punchline, a symbol of the decadent and out-of-touch monarchies that the modern world no longer had any time for. You are on the deck of a royal yacht, sailing away from the shores of Alexandria, the lights of a lost kingdom shrinking in the distance. You have just left King Farouk, the last monarch of Egypt, a man whose reign dissolved not in a storm of tragedy, but in a puddle of farce. His story of indulgence and kleptomania feels almost light compared to some of the others we have witnessed. Yet his failure is just as absolute. He is a final, pathetic exhibit in our long, dark gallery of royal depravity. And as his yacht disappears over the horizon, we are left with a final, lingering question that has haunted our entire journey. Why? Why does the possession of absolute power, the very pinnacle of human ambition, so often lead to a throne of madness, cruelty, and misery? Our journey together is coming to an end, and as we drift back from these distant shores of history, the patterns begin to emerge from the gloom. The first and perhaps the most potent ingredient in the poison of power is paranoia. For a ruler with no checks and no balances, the world is not a kingdom. It is a conspiracy. Every smiling courtier might be holding a dagger. Every cup of wine might be poisoned. Every whisper in a hallway could be the beginning of a plot. You felt that cold dread in the magnificent, sun-drenched palaces of King Herod, a man so terrified of losing his throne that he murdered his own beloved wife and sons. You saw it in the chilling story of Wu Zetian, the brilliant concubine who built a throne for herself, but could only rule it through a network of spies and a reign of terror, forever haunted by the powerful families she had displaced. And you saw its ultimate explosive expression in Ivan the Terrible, a man whose genuine childhood trauma curdled into a nationwide psychosis, turning his entire kingdom into a hunting ground for the traitors he saw in every shadow. Absolute power doesn't just grant you the ability to eliminate your enemies, it creates them everywhere you look. Then there is the profound, soul-warping burden of being treated as a god. Most of us are kept in check by laws, by social norms, by the simple opinions of our peers. But what happens when you are told from birth that you are God's chosen instrument, or even a living deity yourself? The normal boundaries of human behavior simply dissolve. You saw the absurd, terrifying result in Caligula, who, after a lifetime of being treated as a prince, decided he was Jupiter, and that the rules of man no longer applied to him or his horse. You saw a more calculated version in the court of the Borgias, where the Holy Father himself, Pope Alexander VI, used his divine authority as a tool, a license to pursue the most worldly ambitions for his children. And you saw its most sincere and therefore most terrifying form in Queen Isabella of Spain, a woman so utterly convinced of her divine mission to purify her kingdom that she unleashed the horrors of the Inquisition, believing the smoke from the pyres was a sweet savour to God. When you believe you are acting on heaven's authority, any atrocity can be justified as a holy act. Of course, for some, the temptations are not so grand. For some, absolute power isn't a license to play God, but a simple, unlimited expense account for the appetites. With no one to say no, the self can indulge until it consumes itself. You watched the magnificent, promising King Henry VIII, who in his desperate quest for an heir and a new wife broke his kingdom from its faith, executed those who stood in his way, and slowly transformed himself into a bloated, pain-ridden monster, a slave to his own desires and insecurities. You saw the strange, sad case of Sultan Ibrahim, whose appetites, suppressed for 2 decades in the terror of the cage, exploded in a chaotic reign of debauchery that his broken mind couldn't handle. And you saw the final pathetic endpoint in King Farouk, a man whose appetites were his only policy, who literally ate and gambled his kingdom into oblivion. These are the kings corrupted not by grand visions, but by a simple, profound lack of limits. And finally, we must remember those for whom the crown was not a source of corruption, but simply a weight too heavy for their minds to bear. We saw the tragedy of Charles VI of France, the beloved king, whose mind shattered in a forest, leaving him to believe he was made of glass, and his kingdom to be carved up by his enemies. We witnessed the violent paranoia of Sweden's Erik XIV, a gifted man whose inner demons drove him to murder with his own hands. And we visited the strange, magical, and fatally irresponsible court of Rudolph II, an emperor who retreated from a world he found unbearable into a private universe of art and alchemy, a quiet abdication that paved the way for a continental war. Their stories remind us that the throne can be not just a seat of power, but a place of profound psychological torment. And so our long journey through these shadowed courts comes to a gentle close. We have walked through the marble halls of Rome, the Kremlin's cold corridors, and the sun-drenched palaces of Spain. We have listened to the whispers of assassins, the prayers of fanatics, and the lonely ramblings of mad kings. These stories, these echoes from the past, are more than just grim entertainment. They are the ultimate cautionary tales about the intoxicating, corrosive nature of unchecked power. They remind us of the fine, fragile line that separates a ruler from a tyrant, a visionary from a madman, and a kingdom from a prison. The worlds we have visited were loud, dangerous, and filled with peril, but now that noise begins to fade. The echoes of their reigns, once so loud and clear, now soften and recede, becoming distant whispers on the quiet breeze of history. The vivid images of their courts, the gleaming gold and the deep, dark shadows begin to dissolve, blurring into the soft and peaceful darkness of your own quiet room. Let the memory of their struggles and their madness drift away, leaving behind only the gentle, steady rhythm of your own breathing. These figures who once held the fate of millions in their hands are now just characters in a story being told to help you rest their great ambitions and terrible fears, now smaller and more distant than your own peaceful dreams. There is no intrigue here, no danger in the shadows. There is only the calm and the quiet, the safety of your own bed, and the gentle pull of a deep and restorative sleep. Let the last whispers of history lull you into a place of profound and untroubled peace. End of script. Sweet dreams.